30th, 2024.
I'll move.
Councilmember, Vice President Morrell has
Second.
moved. It's been seconded by Councilmember Green. Our machines are acting up again. All right, all in favor? Aye, 7 yeas, no nays, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and then we'll be taking some matters out of order, so we need to suspend the rules.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules to go to item number 42. If I can get a second.
Second.
I have a lot of seconds there. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 7 yeas, no nays, the rules are suspended.
Okay. At the bottom of page 34, we have motion M25-3 by council members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Electing council member at large Division 2, J.P. Morrell, to serve as president, and council member at large Division 1, Helena Moreno, to serve as vice president of the council for the term beginning January 9, 2025, and ending upon the inauguration of the next council on January 12, 2026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be brief in my comments. This morning, I wrap up my very final term as council president after 2 terms serving on the city council. And it's been an absolute privilege to serve as council president. I've always worked to demand urgency around getting things done here in the city of New Orleans, and also, of course, pushing to try to get things done differently. And thinking outside the box to find solutions to some of the greatest problems here in our city. And, you know, we always have to just keep in mind that the people of the city are really struggling. And we have to continuously demand much more and demand much better so that we do create a city that works for everyone. I've been very lucky that over my time as a council president, I've been honored to serve alongside amazing at-large members, including former council member and now district attorney Jason Williams, including Donna Glapion, who now is a clerk of court, and now my partner, council member Morrell, who he and I served in the legislature together and worked on a tremendous amount of issues together. And to have him as my partner, as the other at-large member, has been just really a great effort in collaboration and working on a variety of different issues together. And I think we are able to play off of each other's strengths in the at-large divisions as president and vice president as we continue to alter our roles. But it's been a privilege, and I'm more than honored now to turn over the gavel over to you, Vice President Morrell. The last time I'll call you that. I'll turn over the gavel to you for the presidency.
Thank you. It's a symbolic gavel. There's no actual gavel that I bang here. I do want to thank Council President Moreno for all of her hard work. For those of you who don't know, she is, due to a mix of rapid seat shuffling in city government. Council President Moreno is the longest serving council vice president in that 8-year period, president. And in that role, she has been a leader during a tremendous amount of challenging times that have faced the city. I mean, going back to last term, with things like the Hard Rock collapse, through this term, through a variety of things last term, Ida this term, she got to weather the last few months of being council president. And in the last week, we had the devastating terrorist attack, which she has stepped up and been a leader on that as well. So I am elated to have this opportunity, but I'm more elated and humbled by the fact that I have had someone with this much experience, this much poise, and this much willingness to serve to be my partner as an at-large of the city council. I have a gift for you, which is actually an actual gavel again, as opposed to the symbolic gavel that we don't bang here. I do want to say, when I left the legislature and all of our committees, we do have gavels. And with the sheer amount of intrigue and chaos sometimes that takes place in this chamber, I feel like if council presidents had gavels, they would explode probably once a meeting. But probably glad those are symbolic in nature. So, but thank you so much for your service. Look forward for the next year you continue to serve. in your vice president role and to provide guidance and experience for me. So thank you. And thank you, members, for the election as a whole. I want to thank all my colleagues because we are a great team and we've done so many things this cycle to push and move the city forward.
And with that, if there's no public comment, I'll make a motion to adopt. The machine's not working again, of course. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion's adopted.
Thank you.
At the top of page 2, special orders of business. First order of business, presentation, Todd McDonald, President of Liberty Bank. Honoring Todd McDonald, President of Liberty Bank, for being named one of the 50 most impactful Black leaders by Forbes.
Thank you. Can we have the whole McDonald family come on down and take these lovely seats up front? And staff, as we need additional seats, can we squeeze some down there? I want all McDonald's that want to come down, have a seat. Or we got some additional seats we can move to the peripheral, so everybody's got somewhere to sit. So. All right. Come on down. Have a seat.
Feel like I'm in the principal's office.
Well, I mean, I heard stories about Gene Gordon, so maybe you spent some time there, but thus far. All right. Hey, Jamie. Good morning. All right, well, it is my pleasure, it's my first act as council president to celebrate a pillar of our business community in our midst. So for those of you who don't know, and I'm really speaking to the people in the cheap seats, everybody knows who you are, Todd. For those who don't know, Todd McDonald is a lifelong New Orleans graduate of Gene Gordon Elementary School, which ain't there no more, but great school. Isidore Newman School, which, I mean, it's not country day, but you know. And Robert Martin High School, not a graduate of St. Albans. I mean, just gonna put that out there. Graduated from high school, Mr. McDonald attended Morehouse College and earned an MBA from Northwestern's Kellogg School of Management. Mr. McDonald has been with Liberty Bank and Trust for over 20 years. He's also a graduate of Louisiana State University's Graduate School of Banking. Mr. McDonald took the reins of Liberty Bank in 2022 from his father, Alden McDonald, who founded the 52-year-old institution and continues to serve as its chairman and CEO. As president, Todd McDonald oversees $1 billion in assets and roughly $1 billion in deposits across 19 branches in 11 states. Mr. McDonald has also evolved the organization to diverse business lines, including affordable housing development. He also currently serves as the chairman of the National Bankers Association. Todd McDonald, president of Liberty Bank and Trust Company, has been named as one of the 50 most impactful Black leaders by Forbes magazine. And that's why we're here to celebrate you today. I mean, I'm sure there are people with you that want to say some stuff, but I know that I would love to lead off with the council saying some things, because all of us know you, all of us know your family, and know how important you are to our community and how important you've been over the years. So I'll start with Councilman Thomas, and we'll go from the right to the left, and that's how we'll start. Councilman Thomas.
First of all, thank you. It's an honor to join this council in honoring you for the accomplishments that you have made and the ones that you have, but we know there's more to come. In Proverbs 27:6, God says, train up a child in the way that they should go, and when they're old, they will not depart from it. The greatest gift that parents get is to see their child not only meet expectations, but exceed those expectations. And for Big Mac and Miss Mac, there's nowhere to give. And then watch this young man absorb everything that you gave him, absorb everything that others gave him, and be the kind of person, the thing, you know, Todd, I'm an observer of people, right? And I don't think there was ever any question from the first time I noticed you give deference and respect to your dad. Give deference and respect to others in this industry who before you. That's a gift because when God gives you talents, in many times you look to rush ahead. You want to be anxious to use those talents. But Mac and Miss Mac, the blessing for this young man is that not only was he patient, but he was building while he was patient. I like people who live by addition and not by subtraction. And then for you, I think your greatest gift is your humanity. Every time I've ever sat with you, you know the numbers, you know what it takes to run a bank, but you've never not offered a comment about what about our people. There's some very successful people who don't put our people first. You have always put your people first by honoring your parents first. God bless you, man.
Councilman Green, good morning. It's a pleasure to be in a city where I can call one of the 50 top Black leaders Todd. It's a pleasure to know you and to know of your career and to have watched it, to have you sitting next to your great parents and all that they've done for our society is such an honor for me to be here today. I can't help but reflect on Liberty Bank and my appreciation for Liberty Bank, which is where I do my business. I grew up in the Sugar Hill community right around the corner from the Gentilly branch, where 50 years ago, activity was done there in an area where African Americans had not done business before, ownership of a bank. And I'm just so pleased as I continue to see Liberty's growth, the tremendous growth in assets, the growth in branches and the like. I'm pleased to see that the leadership is being handed off to you, has been handed off to you. Someone who is committed to community, someone who is committed to family, and someone who has done great things for our city and is going to continue to do so. So on this day, I'm just pleased and honored to be here, to be part of recognizing you, and to just tell you that I look forward to working with you and to continue to work with Liberty Bank for the next 52 plus years.
That's good.
Congratulations to you and to everyone who is associated with you. And I've got to throw in, since you threw it in, Mr. Ronnie Burns of St. Augustine High School. But what a combination. But thank you, Todd, for all that you do and looking forward to working with you. And to the entire family and to the Liberty Bank family, thanks for what you do. You make a tremendous difference in our city of New Orleans and in our nation too. Thank you. Thank you. Councilman President Marina.
Good morning to all of you. Great to see you. Congratulations, Todd. This is really a fantastic honor. Obviously, it says a lot about you. And it says so much about Liberty Bank as well, and the team that you have put together at Liberty Bank. But it also says so much about the support you've had around you to enable you to be this successful, obviously from your parents, your wife, your husband, a father, a son, and you're a leader. You're a leader in obviously in your business, but you're a leader in our community. And what I most have appreciated about you is that you bring up those behind you as well. You're a role model. And to have a role model like you in our city is tremendous. And so thank you for all you do and congratulations on all you've accomplished.
Thank you. Councilmember King. Good morning, everyone. Mr. McDonald, congratulations on your accomplishment. To the entire Liberty team, I know it was a team effort, building up Mr. McDonald for quite some time to get him ready for his position to take over the bank. That's all great, you know, great. Liberty has done a lot for me and my family. I'm sure a lot of folks around the city could do that. I'm just very proud to see this image, what I see here, not only of Black leadership in this city, but of a young Black man and his family and his wife, and his kids. That's an image, for whatever reason, is not really portrayed in this society. You don't really get that image of an educated, successful businessman who's married with kids. So I'm very proud to see that. Congratulations, parents. Alice did a great job.
And I know Union West doing a great job with your family, so keep that up. Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Barris.
Todd, congratulations to you. This is a wonderful achievement. When I read about it, I was just so proud of you. I've known you for many, many years. I was actually just texting with your sister, just taking a photo of this beautiful image, and letting her know that we're here honoring you today and your family, because they are so integral to this community. When you think about your family, you think about servant leadership to the city of New Orleans. And that's exactly the emblematic of this family that you present. And Jamie, I've known you for a long time. I see everybody up here who I call friends, and I'm proud to be able to call you friends. And I'm just so thankful that you're here in the city of New Orleans, that you're continuing your commitment to the city and to the region. And this is just such a great honor. So thank you for showing up here today, and congratulations.
I guess the theme today is family, because, you know, we just had my daughter here and my colleagues gave me a hard time. And JP and I have spoken a lot about this before publicly when somebody comes who is scion of a family, which is there's actually a higher and harder burden for you, Todd, than for others, because people know your mom and dad so well and what they've created. And so I don't like the word privilege because I feel like that's too loaded a word, but there's an advantage that you get. You start a little bit easier. People, I know the doors open wider for you. And what I've always seen from our days being on BGR together, with Jamie and I were with YLC, that you have always handled things with such quiet grace and dignity and aplomb. And I think it's so rewarding that you now get to share this here today with your family and your extended family who are standing behind you. And I don't know if there's anything better than that, because while you stand on the shoulders of everybody who's around you, you've achieved it yourself. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. And I don't want that to be undersold. And while we're talking about St. Aug, let's just acknowledge the whole Catholic League is represented here today. Shaw, Brother Martin, St. Aug, and Jesuit. So thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you. Yeah, what's that? On the cross. On the cross. Yeah, the cross. Yeah, you're right. There you go. Yeah. You want sound? Well, yeah, don't sound. Yeah, well, we'll make that one happen. But seriously, Todd, you are the pinnacle of what we ask of people and your service, not only to our community, but to your city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I'll reserve my comments for the end. I do think this would be a good time for, if anyone, I'm sure many people behind you want to say something. I think this would be the time for everybody to, of course, we'll start with the patriarch, Mr. McDonald. We'd love to hear from you first.
Thank you very much. On behalf of our chairman, Norman C. Francis, and our board members, David Francis and Ronnie Burns, and the entire McDonald family and the Liberty family, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for this recognition for Todd, one of our leaders. We'd like to also take this opportunity to thank the city of New Orleans, not only the city itself, but the entire metropolitan area for helping us become the largest African-American bank in the country. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that this is because of Todd's leadership. I was satisfied at 700 million. Todd said, no, we have to get to $1 billion. And he did what was necessary to get us to $1 billion, which is the only African-American bank in this country that has reached $1 billion. So his leadership has been for more than 2 years with our institution. And we're very proud of him and thank him for the leadership, and of course, our board and staff people and the team that we have surrounding Todd. Todd, when he was appointed the presidency 2 years ago, he said, Dad, it took you 50 years to get to $1 billion. It's only going to take me 3 to 5 years to get to the second billion. And some of the things that's on his plate, you can see this institution that is based here in New Orleans, headquarters here in New Orleans, to become a $2 billion bank within the next 5 years. That's the type of leadership we have. And we're very proud of him doing a lot of things around the country. And not only for the city of New Orleans, but for the entire United States. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak? David, you're not gonna talk? You're always talking.
It's all about him.
Okay.
So. Well, neither say so.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I think Laurel wants to say something. You got something you want to say? She's like, oh, wait, no, I know, never mind.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm like everyone, we're so very proud of Todd. Councilman Thomas, you mentioned you know Todd for a long time, and most of you have. I consider Todd like a son, and I've seen his growth, and it's such a proud moment to just witness Todd's leadership. You know, his dad and Dr. Francis started the bank, grew the bank, but you know, we sit in board meetings every month with Todd, and his leadership just exudes. His vision, you know, his father mentioned that it took us 50 years to get to $1 billion, but we know that Todd is gonna certainly reach $2 billion in less than 5 years. I mean, the bank is a national player, and yes, Mac, you might not want me to say this, but I'll say it though. The bank has a good fortune to have great relationships. And I think something that's very proud that we all should be proud of. JP Morgan Chase is probably the biggest bank in the world. Jimmy Diamond, the chair of that bank, was in town recently. He had a conference with other bankers, and he took people and he invited to sit at his table. You know, guess who was two women? All in time. So I'm gonna close by saying congratulations, Todd. I'm so very proud of you. And we all are very proud of you. So it's good to $2 billion.
So just real quick on behalf of the state, the staff, not the state, because you're gonna stay with us and not run for any position.
That's correct.
But I can't overstate the leadership of Todd being not only inspirational, but collaborative. We have this great foundation and legacy of Dr. Francis and Mr. McDonald in the board members, but also our average employee life at Liberty is 42 years. So we have amazing legacy staff that know banking from the trenches, rebuilding through Katrina, and now taking us through COVID and beyond. And a lot of y'all know me as a lawyer. I love being a lawyer. I am now proudly a banker first and then a lawyer, and came to Liberty because of the inspiration and trust I have for Todd's leadership. And I'm not the only one. There are about 187 employees behind me that stand behind Todd as well, with me behind Todd. I also want to thank y'all. I whispered to Todd, it's amazing when you look at the council and it is all, I love y'all, but it's our colleagues, contemporaries. That says a lot for what you've left us, what they've left us, and where we are with the city and the future of the city. So I thank you, Todd. I thank y'all on behalf of Liberty staff. Thank you for giving us this recognition.
And like I said, I don't want to go after Todd, so I'm gonna go right now, because I think we should end with you speaking. And I appreciate having me at time to come. Oh, you want to go first? Oh, I'm sorry, David probably wants to talk.
They made me talk.
Okay, all right, so I'll go after you, David.
I would like to say on behalf of my father, who's a founder and chairman of the board, that the bank was established to create economic opportunities for African Americans in this community. And I'm very comfortable and very happy to know that Todd is going to take over for the next generation, being consistent and sticking to that mission of creating the economic value and helping to eliminate some of the generational wealth gaps that we have in this community. So under his leadership and under all his leadership over the past 50-some years, we've seen that opportunity occur in growing Black businesses in this community. And we believe that our role is still needed today, and all work diligently to make sure we can close those gaps. So thank you, Todd. Congratulations. And we really believe in you.
Thank you. So I appreciate everyone speaking, so I can have a time to put my thoughts in the way I wanted them to go. I have two real things I want to do. The first is, as Councilman Jeruso said, it really is hard for people who are not the son or the daughter following behind someone who is so prominent and prolific to understand the privilege, but the tremendous pressure it puts on you. I mean, we love our parents, but when your parents accomplish so much, it puts tremendous pressure on the children following behind them because they want to achieve what you've achieved. And at the same time, every parent wants their children to do better than what they did. And I can tell you, looking at your parents today, Todd, they're like my parents. They are so happy with what they've done, but they are so proud of what you've done and will do. And as Joe said, and David in the same boat, every one of us who has one of these parents that did such amazing things, is just so awe-inspiring for them to be here to see you do great things. So I'm really glad y'all are here. It means so much to us to see the entire McDonald family and to see the love that's at that table. What I did want to say, this is more, and I think it was more illustrative of the public that sees this. Liberty is so important to this community. I want to say from my own personal experience, when I graduated from Tulane Law School with that mountain of depth every Tulane lawyer has, I see some of my friends, and I decided to become a public defender serving the community, I decided I want to be a homeowner. And when I tell you the process of trying to get a loan as a Black man with job prospects, debt, and not much else, it is nigh impossible. And I say that because it's not like my parents are deadbeats, not like I was a deadbeat, it's that the deck is stacked against you. And when the options you have when you're trying to go through that process and you're trying to explain to people, I'm a public defender, I'm a plaintiff lawyer, my income varies by year, banks go, well, if your family don't have credit and you don't have credit, no service. And in our community in New Orleans, what liberty has always been is they look at you and they go, I know you, I know your family, I know where you come from, I will make that loan. And when you look at the wealth, when you look at the opportunity for the middle class, and even people not in the middle class, people that are the working class, all of those opportunities to build generational wealth will because of Liberty Bank. Because you guys said, I know you, I know your family, I know where you come from, you're gonna pay back this loan. And I really cannot understate how much your bank is the fabric of our community. Because without the opportunities and the grace that Liberty has in our community, I can't imagine how many people who are sitting in a house that came from their grandparents and their parents that never would have been a house. So I say I'm proud of you, but we're contemporaries. As a colleague, I'm very proud of everything you've done. I am always in awe of Mr. McDonald and Mrs. McDonald and what they've done. But the celebration that we're doing for you is not sufficient, but it's what we can do right now. And we look so very much from hearing from you right now, Todd.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, all council members. Good morning, council members, staff, and guests in the audience. Thank you for this honor. It's a tremendous honor. I'm truly humbled by it. I'm truly humbled by the position that I serve in as president of the bank. Our bank is very special, as you all mentioned, and as members of the board and my father mentioned. Over 93% of our loan portfolio are to low to moderate income census tracts, small businesses, underserved small businesses, and underserved families. And with that specialty, we still have to manage by the rules and regulations of any institution in the U.S. And so it is truly an honor to be right here today in this position. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank God, because without him, we would not be here. Thank you all, council. Thank you to the city of New Orleans for being a client of ours and allowing us to leverage the assets that we have. I want to thank the business community, large and small, in New Orleans. I want to thank the individuals and families that have supported us with deposits, large and small as well. And we're here to do great things. We're here to continue to do things that other institutions are not capable of. And I'd like to thank our board, Dr. Francis, who could not be here today, but all of our board members, especially our team, Jenny and Latricia and Don, here with me today. I'd like to thank my parents, both of them. I love you all. My dad's got it. You remind me all the time, I got it. I'd like to thank my kids, Justice, he's 11, Jordan, who is turning 8 on Wednesday, and baby Jordan, she's 5. Thank you all for being patient with that and allowing me to do what I do. And then last but not least, I would like to thank my beautiful wife. We've been married for 13 years, and she's definitely been the one that has allowed me to do all of these things along with many others. So thank you all.
Thank you. We'll sit down and take some pictures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come stand here, we're gonna take some photos.
Yeah, miss that Dylan.
This is just for your reference. You need to talk to the staff? Yes. Thank you. Okay. And then we're gonna pick up at the same, right after. Okay. All right. At the bottom of page 36, we have item 46, resolution 2519 by council members Harris, Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution to commend the bravery of New Orleans Police Department officers who protected and saved the lives of countless individuals during the New Year's Day terror attack on Bourbon Street. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as everybody gets settled, Superintendent, if you could have everyone introduce themselves as they sit down.
I think we have enough here.
I know you guys are used to sitting, but
I know,
sitting down would probably be easier for all of us.
I got 3 pages to read, so you might as well sit down.
Wow.
Superintendent, do you want to go ahead and introduce everyone and have them introduce themselves?
I shall. So it is my honor to introduce and have each of our partners up here, officers, to introduce themselves. I'm going to ask you not only to just say who you are, but share with the council and the community who watches how many years of experience you have and where you're assigned and what your assignment is. So, Captain, I'm going to begin with you. So, Captain Watson.
I'm Captain Christina Watson of the 4th District. I have been employed with the police department for 25 years.
Wow.
Captain Jennifer Dupree, Captain of the 5th District. I've been on the force for 25 years.
Good morning, everyone. Lieutenant Chris Johnson. I'm the Assistant Commander of the 5th District. I've been on for 17 years.
Officer Curtis Hankins, assigned to the 5th District, CLO, with New Orleans Police Department for 32 years.
Officer Melvin McCullum, assigned to the 5th District Community Liaison Officer, 17 years.
Morning, Officer Shelton Eben, assigned to the 3rd District School Resource Officer, employed here for 15 years. Good morning, Council. Officer Reese Harper, Director of Communications, employed 26 years.
Well, let me just start out today. I submitted this resolution with all 7 council members as co-authors because I think it's important to offer the council's public support and recognition of the NOPD officers who so bravely stopped the terrorists on New Year's Day. Video footage clearly shows officers running towards the danger immediately as the attack unfolded. They did not run away, they ran towards the scene, putting themselves in danger to save others. Ultimately, 14 victims tragically perished and 35 sustained injuries. This was a brutal mass murder, which many first responders have said was the worst that they've witnessed. We offer all of our condolences and support for all of the victims and their family. We have to remember, though, that those numbers would have been significantly higher had the 3 officers who've not yet been named publicly literally stopped the terrorist and taken him down.
We know that there were homemade bombs in and around the French Quarter, which could have ended 100 more lives and brought down buildings. The level of carnage is difficult to imagine and would have no doubt been more difficult for New Orleans to overcome. But those three unspeakably brave officers stopped the terrorists in his tracks. Two sustained injuries in process. They were the picture of courage, and their heroism saved countless people on New Year's, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and dear friends and companions. All of the officers and first responders who so quickly made it to the scene, they are heroes too, as well as those unnamed folks who are not official first responders, but who ran also to the danger and who helped attend to the victims of this horrible crime. All of these people literally saved lives. That level of trauma is difficult to process, and I would encourage everyone in need to reach out to the Trauma Recovery Center, which specializes in mental health care for those who have witnessed the level of injury and death in New Orleans that we saw that night. And before I close, I do want to make sure one thing is clear. This council and a number of other bodies who are undertaking investigations into plans and actions that occurred leading up to the New Year's attack, we will uncover ways to improve and mistakes that occurred. But what's certain is this: no one is questioning the selfless bravery we saw on the scene that night. Officers embodied the mission of to protect and to serve. Our city and our people are forever indebted to the first responders, and I want to thank you each personally for what you've done, for what you continue to do in light of so many obstacles and challenges that we've talked about over the years. And we will continue as this council to support our officers and first responders. Thank you so much for showing up here today, and I'm sure everybody on this dais would like to speak, starting with Councilmember Jeruso.
Well, thank you. First, thank you all for everything that you do on a daily basis. I guess a few things. One is, I think I want to really underscore the fact that you all ran towards the danger and not away from it. And I think there's always these videos online of cops during Mardi Gras doing the wobble and having fun and being part of the culture. But I think really your first job is to make sure that everybody's safe. And it's not just the fact that you acted so quickly, it's that you acted so bravely and to stop not only those IEDs from going off too. And I don't know that we can talk about the 14 people who lost their lives without talking about the fact that you saved countless other lives by making sure that those IEDs that were in the French Quarter were not detonated and didn't kill even more people. I also want to say that we ask a lot of our public safety responders, our first responders, NOPD, NOFD, EMS, hospital workers. You work 12-hour shifts, you're on all the time. We constantly have events in the city. You are called out at a moment's notice. And this was not a natural disaster. This was a man-made one. And you all ran right towards that to make sure that we were all protected. And I am not usually a joiner on resolutions, but this one to me merits it because it needs to go in our public record for everything that you did to help us on that awful day. I also hope, just in closing, that you all are taking care of yourselves too. I worry a lot about the things that you saw and what you did and how you acted and how you have to turn around and do it again for the Super Bowl and for Mardi Gras. So I ask that whatever you need from us, either in terms of equipment needs, we help with that, but also that you take care of yourselves. And if there's any services, counseling or otherwise, that you also feel like you need, that we can provide that for you too. Thank you very much.
Council Vice President.
Good morning to all of you. I can tell you that the City Council is tremendously honored to have all of you all before us today because every single one of you is a hero. And we've all seen the videos of course, as soon as the incident happens, just this amount of officers just running toward the scene. And I think that really hits all of us. There were so many things that you all saw that night that, no doubt about it, will probably stay with you all forever. officers like you all who are very well trained and experienced have seen a lot of things. But in talking to different officers, this was different. This was different. And while the rest of us, had that opportunity to go home, take a beat and get, back into our duties at City Hall, you all had to get back out on the streets and do your job of policing. And so not only the city council, but the people of the city are so incredibly grateful for the job that you did that night. Not only were you, of course, running to the danger, but many of you have an advanced level of training where you were also helping those who were severely injured and fighting for their lives on Bourbon Street. I agree with Councilmember Jeruso and Councilmember Harris. What you all witnessed and went through was tough. And I think, there's this part of you that's probably just like, let's just soldier on and keep on going. But I do think it is important for you all to take that moment. And it is, certainly, of course, very acceptable and something that I think that we believe is necessary for you all to take that moment, that if you need any type of additional help or assistance, to go to the Trauma Recovery Center. There's additional resources, Chief, I know you're providing to your officers so that you can get through this. It's going to take time. It's going to take time, particularly with what you all experienced and what you saw. And any additional assistance to help you through it is something that we, of course, encourage you all to take advantage of. Once again, just thank you to every single one of you and to all of the officers, Chief, who were there that night. Council President.
Thank you. I'm going to try not to be redundant. And I agree with a tremendous amount of the comments, in particular that Councilmember Harris said. I think that even as we look at things we could have done better, there is no question that the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department did everything the right way when this went down. It's hard sometimes, and as y'all know, I have brothers that are police officers that serve with y'all. My youngest brother, Nick, is an SOD on the bomb squad. So he had a very active night that night. And it is, as someone who has a family member in the NOPD, just on a regular day, your job is really hard. I mean, it is really hard. And we know that over the years, as the NOPD has weathered the consent decree, there's so many opportunities when other departments knock on your door. And as some of my friends who used to be there aren't there anymore, they go, at some places you go, the worst danger you face is falling off a motorcycle, And for the men and women who serve in the NOPD, who stay in the NOPD, it's because you know that your work is important and you're needed. And I can say with absolute certainty that every single person in the city of New Orleans who is a true New Orleanian is proud of you and what you did and the work you do. I am proud of you. I mean, I'm proud of my brother, obviously, but I'm biased. But I'm proud of all of you because you guys, whenever it hits the fan, you guys never stop, you never step back, you run towards danger. And I think it's really hard for people who never have to experience that to understand how tremendously hard and how that is a skill and an innate trait that is not in every person. For most people, the flight or fight response is flight. And we are all, as a city, as a council, as other people, we are so grateful that people like you are on the job. I know my colleagues have said over and over again that please take care of yourselves. I would only highlight that I think I try to explain this to the public on numerous occasions. Not only did what happened last week happen to you, but there is an expectation you will be at your highest and peak performance from there through Super Bowl, through Mardi Gras. The demands upon you and your skill and your ability have not stopped and will not stop. And I know there's a pressure on y'all because you know if you're not there, then someone's not there, and please take care of yourselves. Listen to your families. I know as someone your families are the ones that are gonna notice when things are off before you do. They're gonna be the ones that tell you when you need to take a break. And it's real hard sometimes to hear that, but listen to your families. I mean, if you don't listen to us, listen to your families because they care about you. And I know from my experience, sometimes it's your family member saying you need to talk to somebody or you need some time, just listen to them because we care more about you than anything else. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning, and it's okay to be redundant, so I'm gonna be redundant and just say, wow, what an incredible life-saving bit of work that was done in the face of a coward who had no regard for himself or for other people who came to our city with the purpose of killing. And though he achieved half of his goal, if you will, that he killed people, he did not achieve a goal of diminishing our response, and also he did not achieve the goal of creating disunity amongst us as citizens. We are more unified than ever, but we are strongly unified behind the members of the New Orleans Police Department. I'm proud to wear my blue shirt today in honor of the fact that you all every day do work that saves lives and saves people. There's not a lot of attention many times to the work that you do that involves patrolling 24 hours a day, thousands of investigations, sometimes thousands of arrests that's necessary, and very few complaints about the work that is being done. You do a tremendous job in our city, and that terrorist, that coward can't take away from the fact that the statistics are in, and it shows that in the year 2024, we reduced violent crime in major areas of our city, 4 major areas of our city, at least by 35% or more. And the best is yet to come. But it's important to recognize that it was because of the work that you do, certainly also the community, but the first responders, the people who respond to the calls for shots fired, armed suspect doing something he's not supposed to do, he or she is not supposed to do, is you all. And many times that recognition doesn't come. There's a lot of criticism. However, people have an opportunity to come into district stations every month for a meeting at the district station or the PCAB meetings and the like. Not too many people choose to do that, but I want to say that I think that not too many people choose to do that because they're confident in the work of the New Orleans Police Department. We could have more public participation. But the very fact that we see the number of calls and tips into Crime Stoppers going up is because they feel more confident in the criminal justice system in our law enforcement community, but they especially feel that there's going to be a response from the New Orleans Police Department when there is a request for service and also when information is shared. So again, not to be redundant but it still has to be said. Certainly we want to tell the 900 officers of the New Orleans Police Department and those who work in the civilian capacity that we are concerned. Let us know how we can help. If there's someone else that you need to talk to, certainly we created entities that will talk to you. But I think that I am so much in tune with what the vast majority of New Orleanians feel when I say how proud I am of the members of the New Orleans Police Department, how proud I am to live in this city because of the direction in which we're moving. And Chief Kirkpatrick, thank you for the work that you do, your leadership. You could have been other places. You choose to come to a city that has a consent decree, that has a crime problem. But in the midst of all of these challenges, again, the police department does what it's supposed to do. Arrest yesterday in a very heinous crime in the middle of the challenge that we are having right now. Those arrests keep our citizens safer. So thank you for all that you do, not only on New Year's Day, but that you do every day. It doesn't get recognized as it should, but I will tell you that we see it and we're proud. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Thomas.
We can't pay you enough for Honorary enough for what you do. But for me, it kind of evokes memories that I know in many cases you guys try to deflect or try sometimes not to remember. So for those 3 hours that morning in the emergency room, Mac, watching you stand next to Jacoby's bed, not saying anything. But while his father and I were talking, I know you were in silent prayer for him and to see your comrade lying in that bed. Captain Dupree, for you to go back and forth from one officer's room, their family, to the next officer's room to talk to Jacoby's dad, to talk to the other officer's wife, but to also check on victims and other survivors that was in there. What I saw was the kind of camaraderie and brotherhood and sisterhood that Cortez for 32 years. You know, how do we honor you? You never did it for you and your family. You always did it for us. And so for me, to be there in that emergency room for 3 hours and to watch the emotions and from that to watch you stand there motionless in prayer, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've tried to forget that. And so if I've tried to forget that, think about what you guys have had to go through or go through. So I don't know what to say, man. I can't give no political speech about this because I'm still dealing with it myself. All I know is we love y'all and we honor y'all. And maybe at some point, we'll give you what you do.
Thank you, Councilmember. I do have some public comment cards. I think the order that I'll do is do public comment, allow y'all to speak, read the resolution, and then we'll conclude the matter. The first public comment is from Michael Burnside, followed by the Chief of EMS, Bill Salmon.
Echo Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I would like to thank the officers in general and the entire police department, but also the officers in specific who ran towards the gunshots. Bravery is an individual thing. You never know how you're going to react until you're put into this position, but training helps. As a wise man once said, we have too many eyes in this society and not enough teamwork. So I want to thank the department as a whole for building a culture in which bravery is rewarded rather than punished. And not where bravery is necessarily expected, but where bravery is enhanced, enabled, given the tools for its success. Because there are the brave who are dead, and there are the brave who are not. And usually the difference is in training. So I would like to thank the police department for training its individuals to be not only brave, or enable them to be brave, I should say. You can't really train bravery, but you can enable it. You can make it successful. You can be with comrades that you trust and hope will be there with you so that you're not brave alone. And so I'd like to thank the police department as a whole for being a police department that does believe in the Constitution, does believe that sometimes sacrifice is necessary to achieve freedom, and does believe, this is going to sound weird as hell, but does believe in the end love will triumph over all. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Chief? And I would be remiss, we all would be remiss if we didn't say thank you, Chief, for everything that your team did in the wake of this terrorist attack. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you to the council members this motion. And you know, I've been lifting up the actions of my team for the past week and thanking other first responders for their actions. We work with the police department all day, every day. A lot of calls we go on with them, and I'll tell you, we have the very best police department in the world. We really do. And I just really do. There are a lot of special events. The special events that we do here, not many departments can do what the police department and public say, especially the police department. I'll tell you, I was out there that night, New Year's Eve, out on a lot of special events. You know, there were tons of cops everywhere, you know, and I felt safe, right? And so when this incident happened, you know, our team, just like the police, ran towards what was happening. And so that does show the selfless actions of.
Can you turn back the microphone on, whoever controls it?
Still on? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I credit them for saving our team, you know, because that secondary device, just like, you know, you'd see in scenarios, is intended for first responders and to kill other people. And so thanks to the heroic actions of the officers that really ran towards that danger, engaged that subject, neutralized the threat, before those other devices can go off, and then find the other devices safely and neutralize those without any other casualties is phenomenal. And so I really want to thank Chief Kirkpatrick and the team. You know, y'all are phenomenal folks. You do a great job. You know, please stay strong, take care of yourselves and others. And so I just want to say thank you from EMS and just everybody else in the city that we appreciate the police department and we appreciate all your team. So thank you very much for what you did that night and what you continue to do every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for your team. Aaron Mishler of the New Orleans Firefighters, followed by Bruce Riley.
Good morning, Aaron Mishler, President of the Orleans Firefighters Association. I just want to, you know, thank the council for recognizing this because this is a big deal for us. You know, being a first responder, especially police, we know it's a thankless job. I mean, y'all get punched in the mouth in the media constantly, and they don't see the real work that goes behind what you guys do. First responders, we run towards everything when everyone else is running away. And watching that video of you guys running towards that when chaos was reigning, it not only made me proud as a first responder, it made me proud as a citizen of this city. I commend y'all on the work y'all do. And, you know, especially you, Chief Kirkpatrick and Bill, who just spoke, watching y'all get in front of cameras and commend y'all guys and saying how proud y'all are of them and the work that they do. As firefighters, we're still waiting to hear that from our guys, but I appreciate that y'all do that for yours. And as the president of the firefighters, I want to thank y'all. I want to tell y'all how proud I am of y'all. And I speak for all my guys. We love y'all. And thank y'all.
Thank you, Aaron. And we're proud of you guys too. Bruce Riley, followed by Renata Collins.
Good afternoon, Bruce Riley vote. I just want to say that, you know, sometimes us civil rights fighters, you know, we kind of can be at loggerheads with law enforcement at times or policies and things. But there's other times where we can all come together and we can all agree on what we need to do as a community. And so I want to thank you, as a French Quarter resident and a resident of the city. There's times where we really need to come together, and this is one of them. And your bravery is not lost on any of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Renata?
Good morning, my name is Renata Collins, and I am here to say thank you guys again for everything that you've done. And part of the resolution that we work towards sometimes may or may not be the one that we can see in the moment. But if we take a look at the reason and our purpose for everything that we have going on, we'll say, you know what? Our leaders have put these things in place for our good. So we're going to continue to trust you as the leaders. We're going to continue to trust you guys as our protectors. And we're going to continue to rise as the people of New Orleans, understanding that your work is not in vain, understanding that your mission is to serve and protect, and that you do it to the best of your ability each and every time. And it gives me great joy to understand that I live here, that my grandkids live here, and that I hope that my generations to come continue to live here. So thank you guys for your time. Thank you guys for your services. And thank you guys for putting us first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Superintendent, is there anything you'd like to say before I read the resolution?
I would. I am more than honored and proud to be the superintendent of New Orleans. You are incredible. I will not only serve this community, but I'm going to serve you. Not only am I going to protect this community, but I'm going to protect you. Thank you. And I want to thank the leadership. You know, so many times we forget that the white shirts are out there as well. They're out there and they're caring for their people, but they see what they see. And so I'm going to take care of every one of you. And so far, they have let me do so. I'm very, very proud of you. Thank you for letting me be your superintendent. Nice.
All right, really quickly, and I do want to say this is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. So this is well taken. It's dated January 9th, 2025, by all 7 council members. A resolution to commend the bravery of the New Orleans Police Department officers who protected and saved lives of countless individuals during the New Year's Day terror attack on Bourbon Street. Whereas New Orleans is a renowned destination for celebrations, including Mardi Gras, festivals, sporting events, and the ringing in the new year. And whereas the downtown area is the epicenter for much of this activity, which also serves as the economic engine of the entire state of Louisiana, along with the source for at least 200 million locally. And whereas as many as 100,000 people were estimated to come to New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl scheduled to occur on January 1st, and whereas in the early hours of 2025, still amid the New Year's revelry, a terrorist targeted innocent pedestrians by ramming a pickup truck past barricades into Bourbon Street crowds and then opening fire. And whereas video footage shows the number of New Orleans Police Department officers and other personnel bravely running towards the danger, not away from it, immediately as the attack was underway. And whereas this courage and selflessness led officers to stop the terrorists swiftly, saving countless lives while risking their own. And whereas tragically 14 people perished and 35 others, including law enforcement personnel, were injured as a result of the attack, numbers which surely would have been much higher had it not been for NOPD's presence. And whereas while the government and private entities are rightly questioning ways we can improve volleys and other safety measures in the future, what is undisputed is this: NOPD officers display pure selflessness and unmatched valor, which protected and saved so many daughters, sons, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and dearest companions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Orleans City Council hereby offers its highest commendation to the New Orleans Police Department personnel and other law enforcement officers who truly exemplified the mission to protect and to serve New Orleans on this New Year's Day, saving immeasurable lives in the face of a hateful attack. And be it further resolved that NOPD's bravery not only stopped the terrorists, but cleared the way for other first responders to enter the scene and provide life-saving measures. And be it further resolved that these same officers who themselves went through trauma of the attack will go on to continue serving New Orleanians by maintaining order, protecting life and property, and providing professional police services both every day and for special events to come, including the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. And be it further resolved that the City Council fully appreciates and supports the work of these hardworking and dedicated NOPD officers and support staff, as well as all law enforcement officers and first responders who risked their own physical and mental health in order to save everyone placed at risk in the New Year's Day attack. And this resolution was read in full and shall go into the rolls of the City Council. Thank you so much for everything and every single thing that you've done for us on New Year's Day in the past and going forward. Thank you. And with that, the motion passes, the resolution passes. Thank you.
Hold on.
At the bottom of page 30, we have item 33, ordinance calendar number 34,960 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with Tulane University Police to provide mutual law enforcement aid within the boundaries of Tulane University for a three-year term, as more fully set forth in form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, no nays. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Yes.
Green, 6 yeas.
At the top of page 3, consent agenda. Item 1, we have a communication from Erin Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Angela Gilbert Salka. This may be received. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received. We have a communication from Romy S. Samuel. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a communication from J. Nicole Weber. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 12/13/25. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a report of Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have a report of Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a report of Danielle Berger. This may be received. We have a report of Micah Inc. This may be received. We have a report of Brian Laparo. This may be received. We have a report of Cassandra B. Roberts. This may be received. We have a report of Caitlin Tamrick. This may be received. We have a report of Romy S. Samuel. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 1/30/25. We have a report of Matt Torrey. This may be received. We have ordinance calendar number 34,951 by Council Members Morrell and Green, zoning docket. There are no municipal addresses, zoning docket 7524. We have ordinance calendar number 34,953 by Councilmember Jeruso, municipal address 900 North Carrollton Avenue, zoning docket 8824. We have ordinance calendar number 34,954 by Councilmembers Thomas and Green, municipal address 6324 through 6400 Shuffman-Tour Highway, zoning docket 9224. This is all matters on consent agenda.
Do I have any cards? I usually have one, so I know there's a card. Mr. Burnside, come on up while they find your card. Thank you.
Habits can be beautiful things. Michael Rick Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I read this for several different reasons. First, to mention utility poles. Of course, we all know the utility pole on Magnolia and Felicity still has not been fixed. I was told verbally it'd be fixed by the middle of January. It's not yet the middle of January, and I understand that. I just wanted to mention that it's still a problem. The next thing is small and it's weird and it's really funny because I never get twigged about spelling. But on number 2, it's from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. I thought it was the alcohol. Maybe I'm wrong. And the last thing I do want to mention is because of the Don Mix swimming team that was here, was actually pleasant and a privilege to listen to their excellence. I will point out that the swimming pool at A.L. Davis Park is still not fixed and has not been fixed for plus or minus 5 years, and it would be nice if some of the, I'm gonna be catty now, some of the capital funds that were sent to Ron Foreman's pickleball court on the river actually went to L.R. Davis Park to fix the swimming pool there for the children that live in the central city area of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any online comments, Nita? All right, with that, I will move for adoption of the consent agenda. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Russo, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
At the top of page 12, we have legislative grouping 2 zoning docket 9824 and motion M2510 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 14, we have a legislative grouping NSCR special exception 16823 Sean Langlois. We're not here. That's for Harris? No? Okay. At the top of page 15, we have a legislative grouping NSCR special exception 16923 Michael K. Whitehead, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 6029 Payton Street on Square 11. That's what we was on. Okay. At the top of page 14, NSTR special exception 16823, Sean L. Langlois, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1419 Constant Street on Square 143. The recommendation of city planning being for approval. We have motion M25A by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Sean L. Langlois for property located on Square 143 and bearing municipal address 1419 Constant Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 1419 Constant Street. My office independently reviewed the report and agreed with CPC that this request meets enough of the criteria to be approved. All applicants were required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents don't have quality of life concerns, and that support was provided. Is there any public comment on this? Hearing none, I will move to approve. I need a second by Councilmember Green. All in favor?
Aye.
5 ayes. Thank you.
At the top of page 15, we have item 5, we have legislative grouping NSCR special exception 16923, Michael K. Whitehead, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 6029 Patton Street on Square 11. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M25-4 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Michael K. Whitehead for property located on Square 11, bearing municipal address 6029 Patton Street.
All right, move for approval. I'll take a second. Second by Councilmember Harris. There you go. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 17, item number 7, we have legislative grouping NSCR special exception 620. We have special exception 624, the Van Voorhees Train Family Trust, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 3011 Benville Avenue on Square 400. The City Planning Commission staff recommended approval. We have motion. We have motion line over M24-766 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of the Van Voorhees Train Family Trust for property located on Square 400, bearing municipal address 3011 Benville Avenue, withdrawing motion M2511.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 3011 Bienville My office independently reviewed the CPC report and agreed that this request meets enough of the criteria to be approved. Additionally, we confirmed that the house is a duplex with the owners living in the upstairs unit and off-street parking is provided. All applicants were required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents did not have quality of life concern, and we did receive that support. Any public comment? I will move. Second by Councilmember Druso. Need one more vote. 5 years, 6 years, thank you. At the top of page 18, item number 8, legislative grouping, NSCR special exception 1124, Michael D. Shadell, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1935 Dual Street on square 1583. The CPC staff recommended denial.
Members of the council and the public, I've got to read a couple of notes on this because there may be a couple of members of the public or the community who are interested in this matter. They've expressed concerns. The matter was deferred from the December 19th meeting to allow the applicant an opportunity to submit supplemental information to the City Planning Commission for reconsideration of its recommendation of denial. The recommendation didn't change. So they have advised that I, as a member of the council, might use discretion in the boundaries for consideration of criteria 3 and 4. So just outside of the one city block boundary, there are numerous non-residential uses that could serve potential visitors, including Tony's Historical, Parakeet Bar and Lounge, Brooks Grocery and Deli, Brooks Bullets Sports Bar, Richard's Food Store, and of course, AP Toro Avenue is just 2 blocks away from 1935 Dual Street, and it provides bicycle lanes for transportation. So there are amenities that could appeal to tourists who choose to use it. But at the end of the day, based on this discretion and again, recognizing the difficulty that the City Planning Commission has in coming up with hard and fast criteria, I move for approval of the motion, which grants the applicant's request for the use of 1935 for a non-commercial short-term rental.
Let me read them into record real quick. We have motion line over M24-772 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Michael D. Shadell for the property located on square 1583, Bear Municipal Address 1935 Dual Street, withdrawing motion line over M24-771.
I move. May I have a second? Second. Council President Morrell. Members. Let's see. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much.
At the bottom of the page, item number 9, NSCR special exception 1524 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 19, we have item number 10, legislative grouping, NSCR special exception 1624, Dustin Hartman, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 3102 St. Anne Street on square 430. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M25-2 by Councilmember Druso, granting the request of Dustin Hartman for property located on square 430, Bear Municipal Address 3102 St. Anne Street.
Thank you. The District A office has received emails and support from several adjacent and near neighbors. The CPC report states that the SCR would create parking issues. However, there's an allotted off-street parking spot along the right-of-way, which is common in this neighborhood. The report also says there's no unique geographic or unique use considerations, but the property is 2 blocks from a playground and 0.2 miles from a corner store and bakery. And those usually tend to change those factors. So that, I think that flips the no's to yeses, and therefore the application meets the criteria set forth. I move to approve M25-2. Second by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 11, we have legislative grouping, NSCR special exception 1724, Carrie Angela Shugwick, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2843 Drive Street on square 276. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, we have motion M 25-6 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Carrie Angela Sherwick for property located on square 276, Grand Municipal address 2843 Drive Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My office independently reviewed the CPC report and agreed with CPC that this request meets enough of the criteria to be approved. All applicants were required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents do not have quality of life concerns, and we did receive support. I will move to adopt. Seconded by Council Member Moreno. 6 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 20, item number 12, NSCR Special Exception 1824 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 21, item 14, NSCR Special Exception 2024 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the bottom of the page, item 15, legislative group and NSCR Special Exception 2124, Allison Elder, requesting a non-commercial short-term special exception for property located at 3937 Camp Street, apartment 1 on square 266. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M 25-7 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Allison Elder for property located on square 266 in Grand Municipal address 3937 Camp Street, apartment 1.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request for 3937 Camp Street. My office independently reviewed the CPC report and agreed with CPC that this request meets enough of the criteria to be approved. All applicants were required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents do not have quality of life concerns, and we did receive that support. With that, I will move to adopt. Second by Council President Morel. I need one more vote. 5 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 22, we have item 16, ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 23, item 17, legislative group and ordinance calendar 34,385, motion line over M 23-426 and motion line over M 23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 24, item 18, legislative group and ordinance calendar 34,707, ordinance calendar 34,708, and amendment to 34,708 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 25, item 19, ordinance calendar number 34,869, with an amendment and substitute amendment has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 26, ordinance calendar number 34,935, ordinance calendar number 34,872, and 34,873 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 27, we have ordinance count, item 22, we have ordinance calendar number 34,941 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right of way located at the municipal address 308 through 310 St. Charles Avenue to fix the minimum price of in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted and the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right of way, to set for reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Teresa. 6 yeas, thank you.
Item 23, we have ordinance calendar number 34,942 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right of way located at municipal address 1838 Napoleon Avenue to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted and the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes nor shall use interfere with the use of public right of way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Teresa.
6 years. Thank you. We have item 24 on this calendar number 34,943 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to repeal ordinance number 30,138 MCS because of mathematical errors in the calculation of lease payments due to the city and the proposed lease of land with SLS Studios LLC for a portion of the St. Thomas Street public right-of-way located in the First Municipal District, to adopt a substitute ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a contract of lease with SLS Studios LLC for a portion of the St. Thomas Street public right-of-way located in the First Municipal District, being a portion of St. Thomas Street between Rashard Street and Market Street, and to fix the monthly rent in terms of said lease, to declare that such land to be leased is not needed for public purposes, and to set forth the reasons for said lease of land and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a lease for a film and television production studio, Second Line Studios, to lease a portion of St. Thomas Street between Market and Richard in order to form a more cohesive film production campus. This is revenue generating for the city with a monthly rental of $6,000, equaling $72,000 a year. The lease is for an initial term of 5 years with five-year renewal and 15% renewal increase every 5 years. This was passed at a previous meeting, but due to an accounting error by the administration, the former lease is rescinded and replaced with this corrected lease. Is there any public comment? All right, I will move to adopt. Second by Council President Morrell. 5 years, 6 years, thank you.
At the top of page 28, we have ordinance calendar number 34,948 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Memorial Convention Center of New Orleans with a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing resources and equipment staging area on the property in the facility of the MCCNO as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an agreement between the city and the convention center to provide convention center space for disaster preparedness and response. This includes space for training and exercises, halls for emergency storage, space for first responder sheltering, as well as space for potential public refuge in the event of a short notice hurricane where evacuation in a safe and timely manner is not possible. If there is no public comment, I will move to adopt. Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas, thank you.
At the item 26, we have ordinance calendar 34,949 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Amtrak with a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing transportation to residents of New Orleans in the event of a disaster, but both natural and man-made, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Thank you. On this item, we have 2 comment cards. So we have 1 comment card, Mr. Michael Burnside.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I did read this. It seems to be a somewhat unusual situation where Amtrak can choose to do or not do what the city is asking, depending on whether Amtrak feels that its employees would be endangered or not. But leaving aside the details of the contract, I think that the Amtrak is causing a problem for the city. So the city is divided and it doesn't even know it. There's a Berlin Wall through the middle of our city. And it's the steel fences on either side of a railroad track. So we have a maintenance yard for a railroad inside the city limits within easy viewing distance of the Superdome, which means there's got to be a higher and better use for that land. And we have a railroad track that comes all the way into the city, which is no longer normal in most large cities. So those of us who ride Amtrak are aware that some of the bigger and more beautiful Amtrak stations are no longer used by Amtrak. For example, the one in Denver. And instead they have a very small Amtrak station that's more efficient for the trains. You don't have to back all the way in, back all the way down and do all this work. So I would suggest that we move Amtrak out to the airport and take down those fences. because they certainly divide South Galvez. The difference between Mario Commons and the infrastructure at the VA hospital and the infrastructure at the UMC is amazing. And it would be nice if that street went all the way through and connected our people. If that's not possible, it would be nice if there was at least a railroad crossing between Holly Grove and Airline Highway. But my time's running out and I'm tired, but I think that the Amtrak situation should not continue the way it is continuing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I always appreciate your comments. I do want to tell you that one of the reasons that those fences exist is because just as in yesterday, I attended a homeless encampment cleanup and there were fences in place. And one of the things that was said by even the residents of the encampment was that it's dangerous when trains pass through and people who are in need can be in danger of going in front of those trains. So it's a life-saving measure. I understand your concern, but I want to let you know that there's a reason behind it in terms of the installation of those fences. We were near Airline Highway, for example, and people go from one side to the other through the fences. I'm sorry, when the fences don't exist, then they run onto the highway, but that's another issue. This CEA with Amtrak provides emergency transportation for residents from New Orleans to Hammond during government ordered evacuations, including a Category 3 or greater hurricane. This term is for 1 year and the city agrees and here to pay Amtrak in advance or reimbursement for costs associated with transfer. So basically, in keeping with what was going on in the previous ordinance, this is providing yet another way for our citizens who are in need to be evacuated during a Category 3 or greater hurricane when there is a government ordered evacuation. It's a very important bit of work that we're doing with Amtrak on this issue. So I move for approval. Yeah, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much.
At the bottom of the page, item 27, ordinance calendar 34,950 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Malone, and Liz King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to amend section 154-1701 and to ordain section 154-1705 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the automated traffic enforcement system in the division and reporting of the revenue generated therefrom and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
All right, I want to give a little background before I get to voting on this, which is, remember the legislature passed Senate Bill 302, Act 103 by Senator Kathy, which took traffic camera revenue and split it into two different buckets. Anything that is outside of a school zone goes to sewage and water board for drainage, but anything that goes to a school zone is divided between the school and the municipality. The relevant language says revenue generated as a result of electronic enforcement devices in school zones shall be divided between the governing authority of the school where the traffic citation was issued and the municipality after the governing authority pays the contractor or vendor for the costs providing electronic enforcement devices and related services. I've been speaking with the administration since this summer about what the split should be. And because divided is not defined, the city has taken an unreasonable definition, starting with a 90-10 split between the school and the city, and then a 75-25. What this legislation does is two things. Number one, it splits the proceeds 60-40. The city will keep 60% of the net revenue, and the remaining 40% will go to the affected schools. The ordinance also requires quarterly reports from the CAO's office to the council showing revenue generated by each camera and the costs associated with program administration. To foster better communication between the council and the departments that allow things to languish for months, they will be cordially invited to budget committee meetings on a monthly basis. So that way things do not languish for 6 months or longer, and we can have answers for our partners much faster. Are there any online comments, Anita? No. All right. I move for approval. You want a card? Sorry, Mr. Burnside.
First of all, my part goes out 2215 Felicity. Second of all, thank you very much for that explanation because it wasn't what I was expecting to come up here and talk about. I was expecting to come up here and talk about the red light traffic cameras that we're sending the Sewage and Water Board instead of doing a fee for drainage issues. But in regards to what you spoke to, it would be nice to know how much the contractor gets. Whether they get half of the gross or 10% of the gross or whatever is coming, because what I heard you say is the city pays the contractor. So in the hypothetical world of fantasy, if the contractor is getting 50%, then it makes sense for the city to want 75, 25, because the city is really only getting 25. And then the schools get 25 and the contractor is getting 50 out of the city's pocket, because apparently the schools aren't paying the contractor. So I don't know the details of the situation, but I do know that I'm in favor of drainage fees. And I don't think drainage fees are double taxing, as somebody does believe. And I could explain why, but I'm old and tired, and I'm going to go sit down and I'm going to say thank you for your explanation because it wasn't included in the print.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. You make a good point just before we vote, which is my other concern is if we allow this to linger, the legislature will make a decision and foist it on us rather than us getting to control our own destiny. All right, I move Councilmember Moreno second and 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 29, legislative grouping, item 28, ordinance calendar number 34,952 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a community center in an HURM1 historic urban multifamily residential district in the recession of ordinance calendar 27,882 MCS zoning docket 5518 on square 317. Lots A, B, 22, 23, 12, 13, A, C, and D, or lots 8, 22, 23, 10, C, D, and 3 undesignated lots in the 4 municipal district bounded by South Liberty Street, Phillips Street, First Street, Loyola Avenue, LaSalle Street, Simon Bolivar Avenue, municipal address 2300 to 2308 South Liberty Street, 2224 through 2226 Phillips Street, and 2229 through 2237 First Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 8024. There's an amendment to this ordinance by Councilmember Harris. Amendment to remove the parking waiver and to clarify the available parking within 300 feet of the property.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, we voted on this a while back. This is the Molten Community Center Plan for Central City. This amendment simply clarifies the parking requirements I mentioned when we voted on this motion. CPC granted a parking waiver despite the community center and church owning land within 300 feet of the site that will cover the parking requirement and then some. I do have one card from Mr. Burnside.
I members have 2215 Felicity. I rise and say thank you to my council person. I suffer a church nearby who has a very nice large community center, and they didn't require any additional parking. And sadly, one of the 2 parking lots that was said to be used by this particular community center is actually fenced and locked most of the time. So a lot of the people who go there to use it for basketball courts end up parking either in front of my house or in front of my neighbors' houses. Also, for the record, the single handicapped parking space is no longer used as a parking space at all. It's used to hold the dumpster because the drawings never had a loading dock, never required the dumpster, never required it to be screened from the street, or the other rules that apply. So I thank you, Councilperson Harris, for looking into this. I don't live near this particular community center, but the people who do appreciate your diligence and your consideration for their long-term life quality.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any online comment? Okay, I move, seconded by Councilmember Green. Five yeas, thank you.
6 yeas. Item 29, ordinance calendar number 34,955 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Regional Transit Authority with a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing transportation to the residents of New Orleans in the event of a disaster, both natural and man-made, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
This ordinance continues the series of ordinances that are addressing the need to transport residents in need prior to hurricane season, prior to natural disasters. The CEA with the RTA provides transportation of residents to the Smoothie King Arena before, during, or after a declared emergency that requires evacuation. There's no fiscal impact. It's a CEA. The agreement and the relationship has been established and it's for a term of 5 years. I move for approval. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Second it. Seconded Councilmember Jeruso. Members in lieu of the machine difficulty, please vote by aye. Thank you very much for your support.
Sorry, council members, we have to revisit item 28 and vote as amended. We voted as amended, we have to vote as amended.
Okay. I move to vote as amended.
I think so. Do we have to rescind the vote?
All in favor, say aye. Aye. 6 yeas, no nays. Passed as amended.
At the top of page 30, item 30, we have ordinance calendar 34,956 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the administrators of the Tulane Educational Fund to extend the CEA's term for 4 years, to increase the CEA's compensation, and to modify certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth in the form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays.
We have item 31, ordinance calendar 34,957 by Councilmember Harris has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. We have item 32, ordinance calendar number 34,959 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 62-60 and 62-95 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the fee schedule for the New Orleans Emergency Medical Services and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
All right, I have a number of comment cards here, so I'm gonna get to those first. Mr. Burnside, then Tim Burke, then Marco Macera, I hope I said that correctly, and then Chief Samaron.
My colleague Burnside 2215. So I'm going to raise my age, this one, but the one previous that was dropped out and replaced. And my understanding from that experience was that EMS fees have not been adjusted for inflation or anything else for over a decade. So I'm not sure what the new adjustment is, and I don't think I'll be against it, but I will say this. I think that these fees should be adjusted at least yearly and at least reflect inflation. We all know medical expenses are higher than the normal national inflation rate. But there should be some sort of contract agreement where EMS can just bureaucratically bump its fee schedule once a year, January 1st, based on the previous year's Social Security adjustment from the federal government or whatever it is. Because to go 10 years without a adjustment for inflation means we're losing money, and we're losing money by a lot. And we need to start taking inflation into account in all of our contracts, particularly the ones that last for multiple years. Thank you.
Mr. Burnside, I should have read this first from the administration. This ordinance increases EMS fees for services rendered, which haven't been raised since 2012. So 13 years now at this point. Current rates don't reflect today's actual cost of delivering services. The new rates account for inflation. So they wrote those with you in mind. Mr. Burke, Mr. Macera, and then the Chief Samaron is still here. I know he was here.
Good morning, Mr. Councilman, Council President, fellow councilman. My name is Tim Burke, 208 Black Oak Lane in Madison, Louisiana. I'm the Regional Vice President for Acadian Ambulance Service for Louisiana and Mississippi. And I come before you in support of the increases for New Orleans EMS. While I'm not privy to their numbers, a similar timeframe for Acadian Ambulance. The cost, depending on line items, have outpaced Medicare reimbursement anywhere from 2 to 4 times, given the inflationary pressures that we're under. And I do think they are deserving and request your support for the increase.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Marco Macera.
Good afternoon, my name's Marco Macera, 610 Sweet Bay Drive, Maryland, Louisiana, 70448. I'm the Vice President of Operations for AMET Ambulance Service. We're a current ambulance service permit holder in Orleans Parish, participant in the 911 system as well as regional mutual aid. And we're also here on behalf of this proposal in full support of the requested fee increases. I'm not going to repeat the points. We're all in agreement and feeling the same challenges as providers in the areas Mr. Burke pointed out, and as Chief Sammons illustrated. I did want to point out just very quickly, is the data reporting accuracy is especially important to us as we all are going through the first ever national requirement from CMS to report ambulance cost data. So it will impact the entire industry moving forward. And as well as it will empower us, these fee increases will empower us to negotiate increase reimbursements directly from insurance providers, and in a lot of scenarios, it may actually increasing this may kind of have an inverse effect and result in some lower out-of-pocket expenses for the patient at the end result, dependent on those negotiations. So, thank you for your time. And again, just wanted to lend our support to the update.
Thank you, Mr. Macera. Chief? And if the chief runs over 2 minutes, please don't cut us.
Thank you. Well, thanks for bringing this forward to you. We really appreciate it. So, this is to update, chapter 62 of the fee schedule. And so the last time that this fee schedule was updated was in 2012. And so, just to be clear, I think people don't understand this is EMS is not a tax funded organization. We are funded solely on our patient revenue, right? So we don't do a millage, we don't use tax dollars. We fund our department through that revenue. And so our department normally takes in we bill about $60 to $70 million a year. We only get 13 million of that back. So that just kind of shows you on the medical billing, right? Of we and us, and then you've heard from the private services that are permitted in the parishes. Medical reimbursement only funds about 40% of your operation. So you need to make that up somewhere else. And so, and 40% of our population is Medicaid or Medicaid HMO. So they don't even receive a bill, right? So the rest of that is Medicare, private insurance, self-pay or whatever it is. And so, what we're asking for is to update this fee schedule. The rationale behind it obviously was the increase in cost from 2012 to deliver services. I'm sure that my colleagues on the private side agree, that, cost was high pre-COVID. COVID price doubled for a lot of supplies. Post-COVID right now, we're probably about, 20 to 10 to 20% of, just general inflation for supplies. We're paying a lot more because of supply shortages. We're having to pay a lot more for substitution supplies and things that we haven't done before. Vehicles have gone up. A $200,000 ambulance now costs me $425,000 now. And so, it's very, very expensive to provide. Let me underscore this, to provide a quality advanced life support service to the community cost money, right? And we need to be able to have the right equipment and the private providers that respond to, we need to have the ability to cover those costs, have the right equipment, to have the personnel to provide that service. You need to be able to pay for that, right? And that is through patient billing. As was already mentioned, you know, we already work at a federal level to try to get higher reimbursements. You know, recently, you know, nationally, CMS, or Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, did increase, you know, some of their rates. It's not enough to fund the gap. We used to get what's called a UPL in past years. That used to be about a $5 or $6 million income. We don't get that anymore. Now it's factored into Medicaid rates. And so hopefully this year we're going to see the transfer of that into the rates to see how that affects us and how much we're going to get to replace that $5 to $6 million gap. And so, you know, in closing, I know there's a lot of concerns about how this is going to affect the patient, right? And we also, you know, just want to be sure that, you know, we're also concerned about how it financially affects patients. By doing this and by raising the rates, we're able to now, you know, based on state you know, law that was passed last year of being able to now bill the commercial payers a higher rate. And also, you know, that will, if you get the insurance and the payers to pay more, that has you know, a less of amount towards patient responsibility at the end. As far as EMS, we also do other things to try to keep the cost down for patients. We don't bill for the first probably 60 days of the year, right? Just to make sure people's deductibles take effect on other bills and other expenses. So that way, when we bill an insurance company or we bill a plan, they're going to pay more because your deductible has already been met, right? And so it's just deductible management like that, and also other ways that we try to keep the cost down to patients. We've never had to work with someone to have to choose between groceries, electricity, or an ambulance bill. We've never done that. I write millions of dollars off a year of bills just for financial hardship or some other reason, right? And so we have a compassionate way to bill. And you know, we work with individual patients that have that challenge. We are, as part of this, are going to expand and really build our financial assistance program based on federal poverty guidelines and a sliding scale for patients that can't pay their bill. You know, hopefully we can work through that. Either we'll write bills off, or is a sliding scale that we can help people pay their bill. And that is it. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know we have 2 online comments.
I have one online comment.
Okay, one, great.
The other one was from Mr. Massera, who spoke in person.
That's right,
So
perfect.
this comment is from Joseph Cantian. He says, "My name is Joseph Cantian. I'm the director of EMS for West Jefferson and LCMC EMS. The cost of operation in the pre-hospital setting has become a difficult challenge to navigate. Over the past year since the COVID pandemic, the increased cost has at times outweighed reimbursements. We've seen significant increases in supplies, wages, and equipment during this time. Some of this equipment has had increases as high as 30% above the previous market prices. Many of these items are essential to our services, and we're unable to operate without them on a daily basis. Excuse me, just as with many other professions, staffing shortages have created increases in staffing in order to maintain daily needs of all pre-hospital services in the region. We've been facing medication shortages for many months now, which has also driven up costs for multiple items. Some as simple as IV solutions are increasingly difficult to obtain for some services around the country. With the increase in costs we've adopted over the last few years, we've not seen sentiment in regard to reimbursement for services. Some insurance plans have reimbursement rates lower than the overhead costs for the responses. Our services have not seen increases in reimbursement for many of these payers in some time. Nationally, we have contributed to studies for CMS as they are looking into these rates, but we all know these adjustments will not be made in the short term, if at all. Increasing charges will allow providers to bill up to the reimbursable limits, overall increasing collections to shorten these gaps. These increases will allow for better reimbursements on many levels, including standby services required for many events around the region. Allowing these increases will keep ambulances on the road and events with the coverage needed. That's it for your only comment.
Great, thank you. All right, I move for approval. Thank you, Chief. Second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you all very much.
At the top of page 31, item 34, we have ordinance calendar number 34,961 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the amended and reinstated cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Community Support Foundation relative to the funding and administrative fees related to the New Orleans Recreation and Cultural Fund, as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 to the amended and reinstated CEA as Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. This amendment deals with and is coupled with the instrument following afterward and simply amends our CEA to restructure how we pay our administrative fees, the Rec and Culture Fund. I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris, please vote your machines. There you go, just in time. 5 yeas, no nays, it is adopted.
We have item 35, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,962 by council members Morrell and Jeruso, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate funds to the city council to provide for use of fund balance to cover the administrative fees for the program establishing ordinance number 30,035 MCS and otherwise to provide respect thereto. We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,962 by council members Morrell and Jeruso, an amendment to change the funding source from the Cultural Fund 5149 to the General Fund 1000.
Thank you. The amendment does what is stated. I will provide further explanation on the amended ordinance once the amendment is passed. I'll move for adoption of the amendment, second by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, no nays, it's adopted. On the amended ordinance, so basically what this amendment and what this ordinance and the previous ordinance do is clarify that the full amount allocated to the Council Recreation Culture Fund is what we allocate to the beneficiaries, and that we will pay the fees for the management separately rather than the fees for management coming out of the grants we award to the recipients. I'll move motion to adopt the ordinance as amended. A second. Second by Councilmember Green, please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, it is adopted. Thank you. As amended.
At the top of page 32, we have legislative grouping ordinance calendar number 34,963 by council members Morrell and Jeruso, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate funds to the city council to provide for the use of fund balance to cover the administrative fees for the program establishing ordinance number 30,035 MCS and otherwise to provide respects thereto. We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,963 by council members Morrell and Jeruso, an amendment to change the funding source from the Cultural Fund 5149 to the General Fund 1000.
Thank you. This is additionally the further clarification that we're using not the funds allocated to our applicants to pay for the management fees. I'll move to adopt the amendment and also move to adopt the amended ordinance shortly thereafter. So first on the amendment, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Amendment's adopted. 7. Sorry. That's okay. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you. And on the ordinance as amended. I'll move. Can I get a second? Thank Councilmember Green, please vote your machines. Five yeas, 6 yeas, 7 yeas. All right, 7 yeas. Adopted as amended. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have item 37, ordinance calendar number 34,964 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Water Institute of the Gulf and the National Wildlife Federation, the Lord Ninth Ward Center for Sustainable and Engagement and Development in Nunez Community College for a term of 4 years for the public purpose of supporting the restoration of Bayou Bienvenue Wetland Triangle as part of the City of New Orleans National Coastal Resilience Fund Award and Coast Habitat Restoration and Resilience Grants for Underserved Community Awards as more fully detailed in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement form as Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
And this is a multi-party agreement with Bayou Bienvenue and all the parties, the Water Institute of the Gulf Center for Sustainable Engagement and Development, National Wildlife Foundation, and Nunez College, as well as the Lower Ninth Ward. It's funded through a grant from the to the city from the National Fish and Wildlife Federation, and the city will provide $354,606 to that area for services rendered to be reimbursed by federal award funds to support restoration efforts in Bayou Bienvenue through community engagement and technical assistance. It advances the preservation of the wetlands and restoration in Bayou Bienvenue in that area. And it's a very, very good community partnership and development of an RFP preliminary design plans moving forward. So with that, I'll move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno, all in favor? Ayes have it, so ordered.
At the top of page 33, item 38, ordinance calendar number 34,965 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the state of Louisiana, Division of Administration, Office of Community Development to increase the compensation by $21,560,744.85 for the public purpose to allow additional resiliency and recovery efforts through infrastructure and economic revitalization in the areas impacted by Hurricane Ida and other severe storms and flooding in 2020 and 2021, as more fully detailed in Amendment Number 1 to the CEAs and Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Revitalization efforts in response to Ida and other natural disasters. This is part of that Resilient Communities Infrastructure grants, and it's going to address unmet infrastructure needs that impact those areas and improving resilient communities with planning, reducing future disaster risk with a reliance on federal funding. The city of New Orleans will allocate an increased effort from $11,720,109 to $33,280,853.85, aiding in recovery for Ida and other named storms. And funded projects will be resilience hubs, West End drainage, reforestation of low-income communities, food business incubation, green infrastructure, workforce development, energy and Main Street resilience, and small business power and resilience. We want to make a statement, please, and thank you for your work in this area. More effort to help us because of our resilience. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas, and my name is Bianca Wilson. I am the program manager for this disaster work. These are projects that benefit primarily low to moderate income individuals with a focus on being proactive about helping the city recover from future disasters. So just in here and supporting if you guys have any questions.
No, just a blessing for the increase in funding, especially for communities like the Lower Nine, parts of Gentilly. New Orleans East is extremely important. Thank you. Moved and seconded by me. All in favor, vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays, and it's adopted. Thank you very much.
Item 39, resolution line over R29, the 2495 has been withdrawn. We have a motion line over M 24-778 has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 35, we have item 43, resolution in R 25-5 by Councilmember Thomas by request, certifying the following information to the LADOTD for a period of October 1st, 2023 through November 15th, 2024, that the parish has performed an interim inspection on all parish-owned or maintained bridges in accordance with the National Bridge Inspection Standards, that all bridges owned and maintained by parish having been structurally analyzed and rated by the parish to determine compliance with the safe load capacity requirements in accordance with the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Manual Maintenance Inspection of Bridges, that the parish has critically reviewed the load posting information of all bridges where it has been determined by the LADOTD that the maximum legal load under Louisiana state law exceeds the load permitted under the AASHTO operating ratings, that the parish has updated load posting information to reflect all structural changes in the obsolete rating and any missing structural ratings, that all parish-owned and maintained bridges which require load posting and closing of load posted are closed in accordance with the table in the LADOT's engineering directives and standard manuals directives number 1.1.1.8, and further that all LADOTD supplied load posting information concerning the bridge that has been critically reviewed by the parish engineering prior to the load posting. 6, when the current list of all system bridges information is presented in the parish by the LADTOD and has reviewed and corrected as necessary, it will be transmitted to the LADOTD within 30 days for the bridge closures, load postings, and quarterly reports in on or before the required dates set by LADOTD or LADOTD biannual computer report.
We really appreciate the partnership at LADOTD and the National Bridge Inspection Standards. We appreciate the inspection, but more than the inspection, we appreciate after the inspection that our bridges are open, and that they're not closed. Too often, the Haynes Bridge, it's inspected, but then it's closed. Too often, the 3 bridges in the Lower Ninth Ward. How can we rely, especially for a sustainable period of time, that all 3 be open? So we appreciate the inspections, but please get us to a point where our bridges are not only inspected, but they're open. Move adoption. Moved by me, second by Councilmember Green. Vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, and the matter is approved.
At the top of page 36, we have item 44, motion M 25-9 by Council Members Moreno and Morel. A motion to establish the Film Advisory Committee composed of stakeholders and key government officials to provide recommendations and advice to the New Orleans City Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, we in the city of New Orleans have a very successful film industry. And of course, it's our priority to ensure that city departments responsible for engaging with film industry ensures that, that there are the resources needed within the city that the necessary projects can easily move forward. As such, Councilmember Morel and I, we were both contacted by industry representatives to assemble a film advisory committee to the council comprised of city departments and industry professionals and stakeholders. I'm proud to say that we do have the support of the different city departments. And so this particular committee will be put together to determine if there's any types of gaps or needs that should be identified and brought to the council along with appropriate budgeting and funding for the administration's film office. The committee will also be required to submit a final report to the council with their recommendations by June of 2025. I see no comments with that on the adoption. Oh, I do? Sorry.
Yeah, we have a couple. Just 3 online comments. The first one is from Trey Bourbon with Second Line Stagers. He says, Second Line Stagers, thanks Council Members Morel and Moreno for the creation of the Film Advisory Committee. It's a great step forward to ensuring that New Orleans can bolster the efforts of the film office so it can continue to provide all the best in resources, knowledge, and expertise that our clients expect when choosing New Orleans as a destination to base their production. Next comment is from Simonette Berry with the IATSC Local 478. IATSC Local 478 wholeheartedly supports this resolution to establish a film advisory committee. This initiative reflects a commitment to recognizing and strengthening New Orleans' position as a world-class destination for film and television production. By bringing together key stakeholders and experts, the committee will ensure that productions are supported with best practices, robust infrastructure, and resources that protect our local workforce while enhancing the city's cultural and economic vibrancy. We look forward to collaborating on this effort to sustain and grow our thriving film industry. The last comment is from John A. Johnston, representing local managers. I support the creation of a film advisory committee in order to facilitate the refinement and growth of the film industry in the region and in the city. I'm one of many industry employees that returned to the city after living away for 20 years and having greatly benefited from the ability to follow my career path here in the city that I love. Every day I see the benefit of the film industry in New Orleans and the income that it generates, not only to my colleagues and myself, but to the vendors and related stakeholders that benefit from the industry's presence in the city. I hope the committee can foster more communication between city departments, thereby facilitating filming in the city and creating a more streamlined process to obtain permits, as well as communicate with neighbors and residents the benefits the film industry affords the city and the region.
Thanks, Anita. All right, with that, I'll move adoption. Nope, it's been moved, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 45, we have resolution R 2512 by council members Moreno and Marino, commencing an investigation into the design, procurement, installation, operation, and maintenance of any and all street barrier systems within and along Bourbon Street, including without limitation the previously installed Hill HT2 meteor system and the recent acquired RCS 8040 S10 removable bollard system. The investigation may include without limitation all engineering reports or specifications, safety reports, security evaluations, meeting reports, document recordings, email, text messages, capital project documents, funding sources, maintenance report, construction documents, and any other documents or information related to any street barrier systems installed or to be installed along Bourbon Street and any other security or capital improvement recommendations considered in conjunction with either street barrier systems as well as any parties with knowledge or involvement of the street barrier systems along Bourbon Street in accordance with the Home Rule Charter, section 3-124. And there is an amendment to the resolution. An amendment to the resolution number 2512 to provide relative to the confidentiality and non-disclosure of documents related to the legislative investigation.
You need to read the amendment itself, but I can just.
On page 2, after the second be resolved paragraph, insert the following. Be it further resolved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that any documents, records, writings, accounts, letters, letter books, photographs, or copies thereof received by and in the possession of the council as a result of the investigation initiated herein shall be deemed confidential and exempt from disclosure pursuant to the legislative investigation exception to the public record law, and further or responsibility reasonably likely to include records containing security procedures and or threat of vulnerability assessments created, collected, and obtained in the prevention of terrorist-related activity, including but not limited to physical security information, preparatory information, operational plans, and the analysis of such information or internal security information. Accordingly, any records received by the council or its staff in connection with this investigation shall be deemed confidential to the maximum extent permitted to the applicable law and may not be released until authorized by any act of the council, either at the conclusion of the investigation or at any other time for good causes or pursuant to a final non-appealable order by a court or competent jurisdiction.
Thank you for that. I have some comments on the amendment and I have some separate comments on the ordinance as amended. As far as on the amendment itself, much like our charter, the state constitution and public records law recognize that legislative bodies must have the freedom to conduct complete, thorough, and thoughtful legislative investigations. This amendment is a clarification that protects the integrity of our investigation into French Quarter safety by ensuring the documents we receive are not released piecemeal until our entire investigation is complete. Since this investigation is likely to involve highly sensitive matters relating to terrorism and homeland security, it also ensures against unwarranted or inadvertent disclosure of information that can compromise public safety. Is there any additional council comments on the amendment itself? Hearing none, I'll move for adoption of the amendment. Can I get a second? Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The amendment's adopted. We have some public comment that I'll take up before I give my Mr. Burnside and then Mr. Bruce Riley.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I think I'll learn from my esteemed mentor, Councilperson Green, and say good words first. I am deeply appreciative of the name held HT2 Matador system. Now I can go to Google and see what it tells me. I was interested to know the old system that was being replaced, because I think the old system matters. I think a lot of what government does is just sort of update and improve what already existed. Rarely does government start with a new slate and a brand new way of thinking. So it's nice to know what was replaced and why it was replaced, but also what it was alleged to do for us during the time that it was available to protect us. So I am grateful for that label because I've been looking for it and have not found it. Vermont was kind enough to provide us with the S10 and some of the new things that are going in. I think I'll spend my next minute talking about confidentiality. I get to boast, old men boast. When I was young and 18 years old, the U.S. federal government decided to give me a security clearance. And then when I was a couple years older, they gave me a couple of secrets that they didn't want me telling other people. I would suggest to you that secrets are usually overrated and that it's important that you find a non-secret report to release to human beings so that we can act and participate in our own protection and in our own spending of money. I think that too much confidentiality treats us like children, and at some point, we're not really your children. You're our servants.
Before Mr. Riley comes up, I think it's important to give a little bit of clarification. As with every other investigation that this council has done, the final report includes all of the documents. What this confidentiality is in regards to is the documents that we are obtaining in the course of the investigation. I think it's important to realize that when you're doing one of these very long form, in-depth investigations, when information gets out prematurely, conclusions can be made that are completely wrong. For example, this city, and I'm not trying to compare a previous investigation necessarily to this current one, but there was a 24-hour period where the people of the city thought there were multiple terrorists. And that turned out to not be true. Part of this process is that, and as you've seen in smart cities or in the misappropriation investigation we had regarding public funds being made for promotion of elected officials, the reason why we wait, and I mean, you will see documents brought into the public sphere during public hearings as we interview witnesses. All of the documents eventually become released with the final report. just for clarification. Thank you, Mr. Rowley, come on up.
Thank you, members of council, Bruce Riley, Governor Nichols Street, French Quarter. I'm going to extend my trust on the confidentiality issue and, we'll revisit it if there's problems, but I agree, you kind of have to keep it on the wraps a bit until you get where you need to go. It's that you put what it is you're looking for and what you find in the context of the bigger picture too, right? Like, we got awarded the Super Bowl in 2020, right? We've started various projects in December of 2024. Anybody who knows this city knows you ain't getting nothing done in a couple months around here. So you should have said you missed the window and hid your toys. But that's just one thing. I love it if you look at all the Homeland Security budgets. I think they get about 20 million a year or something. Please put it in the context of any state or federal Homeland Security or large event or security issues that are already in place that we don't have to pay consultants for. They already are extended to us for free. Please look at all contracts and subcontracts and who specifically those people are that are carrying out those things. Please look at any event operating procedures and assignments that are laid, because there's people that are required to do these things. Now, Mr. Arnold said that he wasn't invited to this hearing, but guess what? I wasn't invited either, but I found a way to get here, right? So I think it's really embarrassing that the people we're talking about, I don't know if he's in this room, I hope he is actually, I don't know this guy personally, but it's embarrassing that these people who are kind of the defendants here don't have the dignity to show up. And honestly, he did a lot more under his watch to harm the city than the communications director ever did for the mayor. And so I would suggest you initiate proceedings to fire his behind immediately while you're doing this. And then also while you're doing a look at the critical redundancies. As we all know, sometimes things fail, sometimes people mess up. And what's the backup plan for it? It can't just be a cruiser sitting at the end of the street. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one online comment. Do you want to go before that or after that, Councilman Thomas?
I'll go afterwards.
Okay, online comment.
This is from Tommy Pickles. He says Bourbon Street should be shut down permanently. It is not shut down permanently. It should be closed at 3 p.m. since vehicles are not permitted to park or stop after 3 p.m. on Bourbon Street. We have small police cars and ambulances that service our city when busy. There are small street cleaners available. In New York City, they cannot park a delivery truck in front of businesses most times because of the lack of parking. So they have to cart their deliveries. Our city should be able to deal with it the same. I have dozens of videos of Bourbon Street at 5 p.m. and pedestrians are at risk because of tourist drivers and silent vehicles like a Tesla. I emailed Mr. King twice about Bourbon Street blocking twice, and he did not return any email. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas.
Yeah, just for clarity, I tell folks, I don't believe in throwing people under the bus or hurting folk just for political purposes or just because I can. Just a comment from a couple of police chiefs that said that Homeland Security was not responsible for deployment of assets or where those assets were being deployed. That has for the last several decades been the responsibility of the NOPD. And one other chief, former chief, said that though Homeland Security is used for funding and determining what assets are needed, they have not been used. He said, we have a police force, they have 5 people. They have not been used in the Department of Assets or determining where those assets would go. Now, maybe that should change, but I just think it's fair that if we're going to try to throw someone under the bus or disparage them, that hearing from the experts who've done that in the past, it's also important to say that this is the comments from the people who have done this for the last 20, 30, or 40 years. So though we would have wanted, and Mr. Arnold was invited through communication, but not as a necessary participant. Maybe that was the mistake, not the mandate to be here. But comments from other chiefs, and I even have some comments from people within the department that we'll talk about at a later date as we see how people flow with this, about who was on first and who's ultimately responsibility. It's been for the last 16 years and who actually does what. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. Sorry, Councilman Moreno.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President, for bringing this motion forward. I think it's really important for everyone to understand that This investigation isn't about finger pointing. It's about really having a unified effort to find solutions moving forward. Let me repeat that. This is about a unified effort to look back and now find solutions moving forward. I think that this investigation, obviously should be thorough, but it should also move swiftly. And then whatever is the final determination of this investigation, then urgent action and response should follow. So thank you, Council President. You know that my office and the other offices on the City Council will assist you as you lead us down this very important endeavor here.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm sorry, Councilman Druso.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I specifically asked yesterday for the governance and nobody from the administration has contacted me about that. So, I mean, I'm looking down the road, all my colleagues are shaking their heads like, I'm here. You can come talk to me today. You can give me a phone call. You can send me an email. This is a very simple request. How does it work? Who's in charge? What happens? And if you think we're going to stop asking, we're not. So you can either talk to us and let us know, or we can keep on bringing you down here because again, it's not about finger pointing. It's about trying to figure out where the responsibility lies and how we fix the problems in order to make them better. Thank you.
Thank you. So for those of you who are kind of following this at home, the thing that we are doing today, the official opening of the investigation, does not mean the investigation started today. It means this is the next step in that investigation because this is the instance in which the council can utilize its subpoena power to procure and get information, especially from groups that might be reticent to give us information. Now, I want to be clear, this is an ongoing legislative and security review of what was going on, what has happened, and how we got to this point. It will lead to the production of a tremendous amount of documents and information. And we will, as a staff and with assistants, have to go through all those documents. And for those of you who have really followed long-form investigations, each document, each bit of information has potential to spin off 3 more questions to create more document promulgation. Historically, with our council investigations, and I'll say it for this term that I've been involved in, when we get a handle on those documents and that information, that has typically led to public hearings where we bring up the people who have been identified in those documents of having information, and we've had public interactions with them, which the public is free to come view. It's a public meeting, and that's really another stage in that investigation. I say that because there is no specific timeline between part 1 and part 2, because the most important thing is if I have information that leads to person A being at that table, I want to make sure I've got every question I need to ask the person A so I can ask them the first time. So that is the kind of timing, the cadence to an investigation like this. And so I want to set expectations. We are going to act as efficiently and expeditiously as possible, but we are not on anyone's timeline. Our goal is to get facts and the truth. And to do that in a way where that when we present the public testimony and ultimately that final report, everything that we have is presented in a way for the public to review and to see what the results are. And to the council vice president's point, and I appreciate the faith my colleagues have put in me as a council as a whole, collectively the faith you put in us to get to the bottom of this. But it will be done in a way where you will see everything unveiled at the end and how we reach the conclusions that we got from that information. But like I said, I want to set expectations. We will follow the facts where they lead, and that will take its own time. We will work as fast and as efficiently as possible, but we are on our own timeline to do this because once we get to the bottom of this, it will lead to a solution that is a permanent solution because like many things in the city this council has tackled, it's about permanent solutions. If this uncovers a variety of problems that are systemic problems, we need all the information to create permanent solutions. So thank you for that. With that, I will move to adopt as amended. Can I get a second by Council Vice President Moreno? Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted as amended. Thank you.
At the top of page 34, we have item 41, resolution R 25-1 by council members Thomas, Moreno, Morel, Green, and King. A resolution in support of requests from the Lower Ninth Ward community to conduct environmental and social impact assessments concerning the proposed expansion of the Sunrise Food Grain Terminal and associated rail line.
Do we have any cards for speakers on this issue? And do we have online comments? Well, let me read opening statement. As we've heard, residents of the Lower Ninth Ward community have concerns regarding environmental health and safety impacts and potential impacts on property values with this port project, and the lack of substantial analysis regarding these concerns. I fully support the residents and their concerns, and I believe it is essential that the community's voices are heard and their concerns and recommendations are actively sought and integrated into the decision-making process. I was also informed yesterday that Commissioner Johnson, who sits on the city planning, thinks that if the port and the potential business are negligent in providing those environmental concerns, he said he thinks he believes there's a way that we can override the state authority and impact this project. I don't know what those things are, but I'll get with Commissioner Johnson to find out if they don't answer these concerns, what is the next step and what we can do. Currently, however, it's our understanding that this particular project is under state authority. I've contacted our representatives regarding residents' concerns with this resolution and urged the state legislature, which is ultimately their responsibility. For those of us sitting up here, and I'm going to be real frank, and I know this is an election year, a lot of people are going to have a lot of positions based on where people are. But as a city council member, we get held responsible for those things that are under the city charter. I think it's only fair that for those things that are under the state constitution, for state officials, and those things that are under bodies where we also elect people, that they have the same level of accountability and the same level of expectations. Now, one thing I asked for earlier was that it's good for the city to have a position on a state issue or a federal issue, but what was the position of the state? So I'd asked for the position of our state rep and our state senator. This is the letter that I got from State Senator Bowie. He said, please be aware that your state senator, as your state senator, I support the residents of the Lower Ninth Ward regarding this environmental and safety issues that have been raised. As you're aware, I attended the first community meeting and heard the concerns of the residents and support them 100%. I've also made it known to representatives of the Port of New Orleans and Sunrise Food that I strongly advocate for them to address these concerns raised by the residents of the Lower Nine. Regarding Councilmember Thomas and Representative Newell, I have spoken with both and reiterated my above position regarding that development. I am also in touch with Reverend Calhoun and others at any future meetings on behalf of the community, that those communities be open to the public, where all representatives are there. This is the only letter that I've gotten from a state official thus far. And because of that, if our state official has concerns, if it's a project that in his authority with the state that he oversees, then the least we can do is make sure that we're in alignment. So whatever these environmental concerns and neighborhood impact concerns, that we not only address them, but alleviate them. And if we cannot alleviate them, then we'll look at other suggestions about how the city in this position can stop potentially something that may be harmful to our residents. So with that, I want to thank Councilmember Boyd. You never know about the future. Thank Senator Boyd for his public support, and we await any other public letters of support or inquiry from other state officials. The first speaker we have is Scott Kellen.
I'm here to echo everything that everyone behind me is going to say about the dangers. I'm in support of the resolution because I have grave concerns about the effects on the health and quality
of my life, my family, our community. I live a block away from this, and I oppose the port's actions, and I hope y'all can help us get this right. Thank you.
No, thank you, thank you. He lives on the street I grew up on. Reverend Willie Calhoun. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon, Happy New Year's. My name is Reverend Willie L. Calhoun Jr. I live at 2125 Delaware Street, Lower Ninth Ward. I have some serious concerns. In the town hall meeting and a town meeting that the Port and Sunrise Food gave, I asked a question about what type of vacuum conveyance system that they're going to use to take this grain from out of the barge into the warehouse and out of the warehouse into the rail cars. I was told by Sunrise Foods that they had not yet determined that they were still in the design phase of a conveyance system. If they're in a design phase, that means that they have not presented any permits to the state to go forward. So at this point in this time, for them not to come to this community and sit down and talk to this community about what they wanted to do, then it tells me that they have no intentions of regarding or have any value for the people that live in that community. I remember we've seen trains come down St. Clair Street since she was a little boy. So to have that trains coming in anytime, there's no definite time for the trains to come to and fro. There's no definite design to stop what tell us how much dust is going to get in the air. And I believe this: if a rat can smell it, he can get into it. So now we are creating a place on Bourbon Street Wharf where rats will eat. So given all that, I'm very much in support of this resolution, that we have some conversation concerning an investigation in terms of what's going on with the port, environment, Sunrise Food, as well as the railroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Calhoun. And I hope I don't mess up your last name. Marie Cordray, 6126 Burgundy. Miss Marie.
Would anyone else like me to cede my time to them? Does anyone else want to speak
Well,
to them?
you can't see time, but you don't have to have the 2 minutes. You can just say I'm in support.
My name is Mary Cordray. I live at 6126 Burgundy Street in the Holy Cross. I've been living in the Holy Cross since 2020, and I've been a resident in New Orleans since 2008. I'm just going to reiterate the point that I made on Monday at the City Planning Commission meeting, which is that I love living in the Lower Ninth Ward because it feels kind of like the country to me. It's very quiet. It's a residential neighborhood, truly. There are kids running around. I lived in the Honorary Triangle before moving to the Holy Cross, and there were absolutely no children in the neighborhood at the time. So it's been really nice to see families and having families as our neighbors. There are physical barriers to living in the Lower Ninth Ward between us and the rest of the city, including and most significantly the Industrial Canal, and also the train on St. Claude. And this rail line would act as yet another significant physical barrier, cutting us off from the rest of New Orleans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Blair, 400 Delaware Street. Miss Blair.
Hello, thank you for allowing us to speak.
Absolutely.
I live at 400 Delray and I am just blocks away from the Alamo Wharf. And this will affect the entire neighborhood in so many ways. The most important to me is the grain dust because I have lung cancer in my family. I have asthma myself, and the grain dust is a very fine particulate that is very easy to get into, deep into the lungs, especially if it is bonded to agents like fuel and other pollutants that are already in our air. So it's a long-term hazard. It's not a short-term hazard. I happened to see some footage of a grain terminal and a conveyance last night at a meeting that we had, and it was frightening to me how much dust comes up from something like that. And so you're talking about moving that into the train, and then possibly in the future, opening up those tracks, they might be able to rent or lease that out to other opportunities. So that's scary, but also there are 88 horn blows that we're going to have to endure every single time a train comes, because at each intersection, you have to blow 4 times if there's no protective guardrail. That is 88 blows with every train. Most of us, have peace and quiet, and that's not going to create a peace and quiet for us. But I work from home a lot of the time. It's going to make it untenable for me to work from home. For those people who have shift work, and there are a lot of musicians in the neighborhood, that's going to make it very difficult for them to sleep during the day when they have to, play music all night. So there are many, many reasons, but these trains are 30 feet within 30 feet of many houses. We're not talking about 2 or 3 houses. We're talking about dozens of houses. This is where we work, where we play, where we hang out, where we meet one another. This is a very close-knit community. We already knew each other.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. Kaylee Scott, 61. Kaylee Scott, 6120 Burgundy Street. Not Burgundy, Burgundy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ms. Scott.
My name is Kaylee Scott. I live at 6120 Burgundy Street. I think that the people at Sunrise and their expansion and the railroad expansion are dealing with some anachronistic time in our community that no longer exists. Everyone who lives in our community right now, whether they be people with generational roots, people who have moved there for access to the river and the freedom of space, we have all fought to be there, and we will fight to stay there. As people have pointed out already, the health risks are astonishing. The proposals for dealing with those risks are vague, if they actually exist at all. We've been told at one point that rain dust will be filtered through Mississippi River water and washed back into the river for the benefit of the parishes downriver, I guess. I don't know about that. But like so many things about this project that seem to happen in dark of night, that's just one more example of the answers we're not getting from the port and the answers we're not getting about what plans they really have. As the Reverend pointed out, questions are not being answered. Projects are moving ahead very rapidly. People in the community are only now becoming aware of what's actually happening because they're seeing the resurrection of the railroad that people fought to actually get rid of so many decades ago. So we were looking to you for support because all of this project smacks of something that we don't need to live with anymore. The cutting off of our community, the inherent biases that go along with that.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Happy New Year. Gary Hanley, 5421 Burgundy Street.
Hi, thank you for supporting us in this. We really do appreciate that. I live on 5421 Burgundy Street. I live all over the city. I lived in Carrollton, I've lived in St. Roch, I live in the Bywater. This neighborhood is very special. As you can see, everyone here cares a lot about it. There are families, long-term residents, kids. There's a lot of first-time homeowners, including myself. It's an affordable neighborhood and one of the last affordable neighborhoods in this community. So, of New Orleans. So I think that's a great sign to have a neighborhood where there's a lot of people that want to invest. And we've had a lot of new homes built in the past 10 years. So it's wild to me that a project like this can just come up under our noses without our input. While we've been investing in this community, I think there's a misconception about River Ninth. It is a different place, maybe, than these folks think that it is. We're a really tight-knit community. We all help each other out. And that's part of why I really love living here. I am worried about the health of my neighbors and myself, of the children in my neighborhood and the elderly. There's an elderly home within blocks of this proposed terminal as well, and they have just not been forthright about what they plan on doing. We had to utilize the Freedom of Information Act just to find out that more phases of this project are planned. They did not talk about that with us when they had that first initial meeting. They kept saying that this is the only thing they have planned, just basically the legal allowing limit of what they could say to us. So I'm really just concerned about the future of our community, even if a small portion of this project went through, and the connection as well to potential expansion of the industrial canal, which I also think is something really bad for the greater community as well. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Joey Robichaud, 5445 Charters.
Hello, my name is Jolie Robichaud. I live at 5445 Charter Street with my fiance in the lower 9. We bought our home 3 years ago and it's just 2 blocks from the Alamo Wharf. We're asking you to support resolution R25-1. Like so many first-time home buyers in this neighborhood, we were excited to invest in our community and in the city of New Orleans that we love so much. We're excited to raise children in this home, and we plan to start a family after we get married in April. But this proposed grain terminal in the lower 9th is completely ruining our plans. How can you expect us to raise children in a neighborhood polluted with toxic grain dust? How do you expect us to live amongst such industrialization with children already playing on the tracks that are in front of their homes? The port doesn't seem to have the decency to do such health assessments or present a plan mitigating the health risk of what this pollution will do to us. This reindustrialization will ruin a thriving neighborhood filled with young families and folks who have lived here for generations. I mean, how does this look to the world? How does this look to people who want to buy homes in New Orleans? I understand you'll have little control over this terminal, but I plead with you to conduct the environmental and social impact assessments concerning this proposed expansion. If you cannot take it out of this neighborhood, please help us prepare for the health and environmental impacts that are to come, because we cannot leave here even if we wanted to with the dropping property values. So thank you.
No, thank you. Very great comment. Mr. Michael Burnside.
So waves, Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity, waves rock boats, and the problem with us who get seasick is sometimes waves don't work together very well. So to pick one, I suppose. I have a difficulty with the VA, and researching that difficulty, I stumbled across their code of integrity. And the code of integrity speaks of interesting things called the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the law somehow is always in conflict with the law itself. And so what we have here is a democracy in which a lot of people are in the room and they're saying something that they want done, and we have a bunch of representatives who are elected who can't do it. And the reason they can't do it is the law stands between them and action. And the law was built over many years, and the state does not like the city. So I have not researched the port, and I do not know the answer to the questions I'm going to ask, but does any state port board have on it an elected member from the area? Is Senator Harris or Senator Bowie or some state senator on the port board? I don't know the answer to that question.
No.
What I do know is that if such a person was on the board, they could be a conduit to the local community and inform the local community early in the proceedings, so the local community could not only know what is going on, but impact the board while they are still making their decision. Because a lot of what happens in the city is people coming in here and we're always happy after the decisions have already been made by people whom they do not know, are not going to meet, and are not able to speak to, much less influence. This is the destruction of democracy. This is the illusion of participation. We have people here whose entire livelihoods are going to be affected by this decision. And the decision is made by people whom they have not elected and whom they do not know.
Mr. Burnside, you started your comments with waves and you rode that wave. Patricia Fortunati, 727 Flood Street.
I'm gonna stay here because I'm a little short.
That's all right.
First of all, thank you for the resolution in the first place. The fact that you're cognizant of what's going on and that you want to have some impact. What I beg of you to do is pass an ordinance, though, to do those studies, environmental, social, and especially financial. There is no doubt if this train starts running, if the Elaborate Wharf continues to expand, and no one's going to live in the Wetland Wood, and especially home costs. So virtually all our home values are going to plummet. I guarantee you unequivocally. They will lay waste to the lower ninth ward. There's no doubt about it. How can you function when the trains are honking their horns 4 times at 23 intersections? How can you live in an area where you don't know how long it's going to take you to get anywhere because there's trains running down the residential streets and down St. Claude? It's a travesty that the port has behaved the way they have in keeping everything under wraps until it was kind of too late for us. But we're not going to stand and say it's too late for us. We are going to demand that something get done because the port has the right to industrialize because that's how it's zoned. But is it right for the port to do that? And the answer is absolutely not, to destroy one whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Levine, 3700 North Rampart Street. Joseph Levine, 3700 North Rampart.
Members of the council. Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Members of the council, please thank you for hearing me. Well, I'm going to speak for this resolution, but there are points additionally to be made. While points made in the resolution concerning social, environmental, and financial impacts to the residents and businesses of the lower ninth ward and Holy Cross are true, it does not speak to the trampling rights, authority, and responsibility of you, the city council. City government must claim the right and responsibility to mediate the demands of business and the social and financial well-being of its citizens. It is the duty of government to claim and maintain its physical and social order with a balance of interest to achieve a healthy and successful community. I stand here to ask you, the council, to claim your right to require any public entity, be it the state, the Port Authority with this particular project, or the Corps of Engineers with its Industrial Canal project, to bring any and all of their plans openly to the council before they finalize or start to implement them. This so that the city council can properly mediate and plan for interest of all. I believe that the city should not allow acts harmful to itself. And ask that you incorporate your above rights into this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Denala Collins, 3701 Conti Street.
Good afternoon, it's Sis Renata Collins at 3701 Conti Street, and today I'm here. Whew, this is an ironic situation for me because I have several things that come to mind. I think about the history of how the bridge was put up to destroy the area of local businesses on Tulane. When I think about this becoming an opportunity that really needs the efforts of you guys to resolve the situation, as we know, we'll hear the matter of where you're exercising the rights to rezone the English terms, even though it's a by right. But this is a time, if we ever need something to be rezoned, that to exercise your power, because the quality of life and people are at stake. If you guys ever use your power the way that we're going to do later in our next one, this is the time that the power needs to be exercised. Because we don't need the training running into the community that will cause it to be industrial. Now, what I see, if we continue to move forward without rezoning this, is that this here area could become industrial area, pushing the people out. And now you want to rezone the other area, which I know if you remember that, that is trying to push the people out. So in these parties of your decisions. So if you can rezone the thing, this is the time we should exercise our power to give people the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even though I am in support of this matter, but you guys have to be in support of it too, so that you guys can make this make sense for everybody.
In 1918, they started on the canal. The Lower Ninth Ward came into play in the city because it was annexed just where the city grew into the Ninth Ward, if you know the history of it. That was the only way in and out of that area. The other bridges were added as the population grew from what were farmlands in that area, but a lot of support came from Nation and Bayou Avenue. Those other two bridges were added because at one time you had 21,000 people who lived there. And it was the only area with contiguous boundaries, where 61% of the African community had home ownership. So if you understand the history of that area, it wasn't the Claiborne Bridge, it didn't stop growth or affect growth. The Claiborne Bridge was added because of growth. And then the Back Bridge was added to give access to parts of the Upper Ninth Ward. As someone whose family has always been there. Mr. Bruce Riley. Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
I know Bruce Riley will vote. As I think y'all can imagine, we have many members down in the Lower Ninth Ward. And, as other people have talked about, this obviously is a quality of life issue. I just want to point out, as I've said to you guys multiple times, I mean, this is very much a state versus New Orleans kind of scenario. They've expressed their ability to kind of do what they want at different times. And I encourage you to use every reasonable manner to push back. They consider the Environmental Protection Agency a #1 villain of the state of Louisiana. And so we need to do what we can to make sure our environmental protections are important. I think it's worth noting, kind of as the previous speaker talked about, I mean, the history of industrialization in Louisiana has really been destroying Black communities. And the Cancer Alley is called Cancer Alley for a reason. And those were Black people who were living and farming along the river. And all of a sudden decided we're going to do a bunch of petrochemical companies in there and pollute everything. Well, as we know, the pollution impacts people's health, impacts kids' health, impacts your educational opportunities, impacts things around poverty and crime. And then all of a sudden we end up having the highest crime, at least the highest incarceration rate in the whole planet. And so these things have a vicious cycle. And so we're going to go on the Ninth Ward and turn a residential area into a place where there's all kinds of grain particles. There's a reason why when you look for studies around grain particles, they look at grain workers who actually have maybe protections because they know what they're working in, and they get negative impacts. But we're talking about kids and elderly people, regular folks going about their business, trying to have a conversation on the front porch. They're not grain workers, yet they're gonna be within feet of, the stuff's gonna be within their whole neighborhood. And so this is something we have to think about. This type of industrialization should be in non-residential areas. And so you should put a hard no on this, rezone, whatever you can, suits all the goodies you have to do.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Morel.
Thank you. It's disappointing that we have to be here today having this fight. But what I can tell you is that just in my time, even back in my time, I'm gonna go further back, even when my dad was a state representative, there has been an unequal distribution of power between the lower Ninth Ward and the port. As many of you who live down there forever have known, it seems to happen every 6 to 8 years, the port wants to expand the lock. Every time we have that fight, every time we defeat that fight, it's like they wait for just enough people to die or move to do it again. And I say that because when I entered the legislature in 2006, I want to say around 2008, the lock came up again. And just in my research, talking to my dad, he's like, yeah, it came up twice when I was there. And when you see that kind of nefarious activity happening over and over again, this is across different port administrations, extensive periods of time, it's like a vicious, like death knell drumbeat. And it was pre-Katrina, when there were even more people in the lower Ninth Ward, for them to wait for 1 second when the people in that community were slipping to do something devastating to them. So it's disappointing and it's maddening that they're trying to do this. But for those of y'all who've been activists for decades, it's sadly not new. And this resolution is one of the ways the council will continue to fight and work with you. I'm sure you've already reached out to your legislators as well to get them involved, but we stand with you. But as Bruce said, it's a tension, it's a fight, because there are so many different layers of nonsense that we have to get through as a city to utilize our power on state property. And the state constitution is very explicit, for example, on what we have control over with zoning on state property and what we don't. And that is why if there was a magic wand the city council could do on zoning to prevent projects like this that are on state property, Councilman Thomas will be doing it. What we're doing is everything that's available to us to stand with you to protect your quality of life in a neighborhood where people and families have lived for generations. And we will continue to stand and fight with you for your quality of life. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I want to take a moment to thank Councilmember Morel. For someone who was a state official, he understands the lines of authority: the state constitution, the city charter, zoning issues that we're regulated by, versus constitutional interests that control state highways, state thoroughfares, and state waterways. And I really appreciate that, because there are some people who don't want to hear that it's not our responsibility or it's not our charge. All they want to know is for us to fall on that sword with them and to fight with them. And it doesn't mean we don't. But there are lines of authority, and there's a level of respect, at the same level of accountability that is given to us, because you see some of us every day. It's the same thing that ought to be given to officials who of age. I have people who come to me who ask me, what are you going to do about the school board? Well, you have an elected school board member. People who come to me, what are you going to do about that state provision? You're our councilman. Well, you have a state senator and a state representative. And I appreciate that, because you don't always think you should have to give a civics lesson. And it sounds good for all of us to fight. But when I fight, I like to win. We don't need martyrs on these issues that affect our community. We need to be able to stand together to know that we have constitutional law, state law, and local law on our side. And I want to take this moment because I want to thank two people. I was going to wait till last. Reverend Calhoun and Miss Betty Perez. There's a new wave in this community now where people just want to be against stuff and they don't care what your role is. But the way Reverend Calhoun and Miss Betty have conducted themselves, it is a matter of class and respect that you rarely see these days when people deal with elected officials. Because we're not humans, Councilmember Morrell, we're just elected officials. And talk to us any kind of way. You forget we have families. You can disrespect us because we're just lowly politicians. But what Reverend Calhoun and Ms. Perez have done, it warms my heart because whether you vote for someone or not, that's fine. But we have feelings, we have families, we have children. Let me say this unequivocally. I don't know too many people got more family members in the Lower Ninth Ward than me. So if it was just politically, I can count the votes from my family. But what I appreciate, Ms. Betty, is what you have done and Reverend Calhoun have done, is allowed us to have a process where, like Councilmember Morrell said, we can respect those lines of authority and then come up with a strategy where we can band together to make sure our community is not respected. Thank you. Mr. Gary Levine. (3228) Dauphine.
Thank you. My name is Gary Levine. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We're fighting a real David and Goliath situation here. And our Goliath are some of the prominent civic leaders from our community. One of them just was a recent recipient of the Loving Cup of Times Picayune in 2023. They are not only powerful and they're not only strong and wealthy, they have also been very secretive in their effort to move this plan forward. I appreciate what you have done, Councilman Thomas, and I thank the council for listening today. But I'm concerned that this resolution kind of kicks this thing up the river to Baton Rouge to our legislature, and I'm concerned that it's going to fall on deaf ears. I feel like that we're passing this off to the wolf that's ready to eat the lamb. And I understand that that you guys have a certain process that you have to do, but right now, as we speak, the railroad is tearing up Bourbon Street, one of our streets. What can we do about this? Does the city have any recourse to this? Has the city been notified? Have there been any permits? I don't know. I would like you to know and tell us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think if you listen to Councilmember Morrell's comments, this is the start of the process to see and to talk to our legal advisors and other advisors where our actual authority is. And if we have the authority to stop them from environmentally hurting our community or taking over our community, but there's another larger issue here that I would hope the community at large would weigh in on at some point. You've read all of the articles about the potential or the possible takeover of our city. If the state is involved in taking over assets and continuing to encroach on our city, that's not just the Lower Ninth Ward. That's other communities. So at what point you want us to band together, and there are 5 council members who signed this resolution. At what point does every neighborhood stand together with every neighborhood so that at some point we're not Baton Rouge South? The next speaker is Mr. Brown, 623 Treacle Street. Mr. Brown. Or Miss Brown, I'm sorry, oh, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Flip a coin, it's cool.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Ryan Brown, and I live at 623 Triku, and I guess when I went to a meeting a couple weeks back with Port Nola at like one of the meetings or whatever, I straight up asked them if they felt like they were part of the community, and they said yes. And then I said, okay, then why are you doing everything that the community has asked you not to do? And they couldn't give me an answer. I think that Port Nola has consistently shown that it's dangerous. I think that Sunrise Foods has consistently shown that they're in it for money and they're in it for the erasure of the 9th Ward eventually. They may be starting with Holy Cross, but as you've mentioned, this will be a bigger thing in the future. I do believe this is just the beginning, and I think this has been happening since, I don't know, the 1900s when the port like popped up and was like, what's up? We're here to colonize the 9th Ward. At the end of the day, I think that there's a lot of power in all of us, as you've said, but it comes with like accountability and real, like Port Nola has been getting away with racism on all ends. And I think that we sit here and we've been saying over and over, we're going to stop racism. We're going to stop disenfranchising people. We're going to really work to understand the community. I'm new to this the 9th Ward. I've only been here a year or two. And all I can see is people having continued to just move and push through the Port Nola colonization. Every generation seems to have their stories. And I mean, I guess when I came back from deployment, I was not aware that war was going to be not only where I just was, but at my front doorstep, because this does feel like war. This feels like combat against an entire community of people that have done nothing but try. And I guess the other part that I want to end with is like, I don't know why Port Nola shut 2 people down at their last meeting when they started asking board members about weapons through the port and how they were accepting funds through it.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you. Mr. George Amati. Yeah, George, my dear neighborhood unity merge. This is another instance, an example of fascist powers of the state abusing their power. And this is what we mean by fascist powers. We're talking about the powers of industry and government. It's happening all over in every area and on every level. And you can see it, it took over the schools. And, juvenile justice. We see it taking over the police department, the DA's office in this city. And they're pulling strings in the real estate markets and among the council. So, I mean, how do you explain what's happening when you're becoming part of the problem, either by consciousness or unconsciousness, just like the problems we have with public input and having reasonable time to state our case and our issues or sit at the table to discuss these things. We're just getting pushed by the side, but somebody has to stand up for us, and it's incumbent on you as a council to represent the leadership of the people. You're the representative of the people. Otherwise, you're not going to have a government of the people, by the people, or for the people. And if you don't have that, you're going to have anarchy. And we're seeing it in the crime situations and the other situations that affect social life and political life. We don't have it. We're becoming another authoritative state. And when that happens, what you going to do? And it's up to you, because we can't do it. Thank you, Ms. Marti. Move to suspend the rules so that we can add more time so that we could get through the other speakers. Moved by me, second by the chair. All in favor? Ayes have it, the rules are suspended. Amanda Thompson.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Thompson, and my partner Pete and I live on Fats Domino Avenue in the Holy Cross neighborhood of the Lower Ninth Ward. Our home was built in the late 1800s and the Victorian era, and I often think about what has happened there. I think about the generations of families that have lived there long before us, and those that will live there long after we're gone. We bought our home from a couple who lived in California and operated it as an Airbnb, so we were grateful to reclaim it as New Orleanians. We've invested in this home and in this neighborhood. And when I think about its past and its future, the word that comes to mind is legacy. We care about this place, and we know that it will survive us. And we know that we can make an impact here for good. We consider greatly the legacy that we will leave behind. In an act as simple as planting a tree, we must consider not only the environment in which the tree will thrive, but also the impact that the tree will have on the environment around it. Will the branches be too tall and disrupt the power lines? Will the roots spread too far and break a gas line or rupture the foundation of the home? The proper tree planted in the proper place can become a legacy. As our city council, you're the gatekeepers of our community. This grain terminal project does not belong here. The reindustrialization of the Lower Ninth Ward cannot become our legacy. The dangers are more than evident, but if studies must be done to further prove this, please require that they be done. As our representatives and our neighbors, we plead for your support in shutting down this project.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Mr. Elliot Robinson, 527 Flush Street. Mr. Robinson.
Councilmember Thomas, members of the council, thank you. My name is Elliot Robinson. I live at 527 Flood Street, about a block and a half from the wharf where this proposed grain terminal is to transpire. I have a daughter under the age of 2. There are about 8 kids on my block alone. I'm extraordinarily worried about the health impacts of this project from things like asthma, COPD, lung cancers caused by grain dust. But what I want to speak to is actually the life safety issue posed by grain dust. In particular, its combustibility and stress why this is so important. Grain dust, you probably know, is combustible, and it is highly, highly combustible. I want all of you to consider this or frame this in such a way. We need to think about this basically like putting a ticking bomb, a very massive bomb on the river levee. I know that there are people in this room who remember in West Wego in 1977, not far from here at all, a grain terminal exploded and killed 36 people. 36 people died. I encourage everyone to look up videos of grain terminal explosions and consider the life safety risks posed by this project, and also just to hypothetically consider what an explosion on the river levee resulting in a failure of the levee and a flooding of the Lower Ninth Ward from the river would look like. And for members of the council, I appreciate your support, and I just want to hypothetically game out with y'all that if something like that happens, regardless of who is at fault, no one will blame the state, no one will blame the port. The people who the community and the national public would be pointing fingers at in a scenario like that would be whoever is mayor, as well as the members of the city council. So please.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Jeffrey Witterblank, 810 Trico.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Wittenbrink. I live at 810 Tricu Street, which is not very far from this, and within the region that will be cut off when they start running these trains, which they want to do in early June, which is very soon. I want to really thank you guys for writing this resolution. I know it's the first step, and I'm sure there will be many more. We suspect they'll be applying for ITEP status, so industrial tax exemption program. And I think they have to get approval from city council. So when you see Sunrise Foods come before y'all and ask for tax exemption for their industrial plans, we hope that you consider those and deny them that. It'll be another way that we can help stop it. In addition, I mean, not a whole lot of people have mentioned it, but these 22 stops that the street crossings that they have to do, that's within a mile of going through our neighborhood, right? That's not like 22 spread out across the whole city. It's all within our neighborhood area. And these train horns are required to blow at 95 decibels at 100 feet, right? And 95 to I think 110. And it crosses all of these public transit lines, all of these public transit stops that are like 20 feet, 50 feet away from this train line. Besides those dangers, just on the roads alone, you could be giving people hearing damage when they're waiting for their bus, or when they're walking down the sidewalk on St. Claude, or when they're coming out of the shop on St. Claude. It's serious. It's serious. And we thank you for all of your help and hope that we continue to get it. Thanks.
Thank you. Peter Morano, 526 Domino Avenue. Mr. Morano. Good afternoon.
I'm Pete Morano, 526 Domino Avenue. While the porch property on Alamo Street may be zoned industrial, the drastic effects that this project will have in the surrounding residential area will be inescapable. It's no secret. Grain dust causes allergies, chronic bronchitis, eye infections, COPD, asthma, even cancer. It also facilitates the entry of other airborne toxins into the body. Just this week, railroad construction has begun to shake the foundations of our homes. None of the parties behind this project, Sunrise Foods, Norfolk Southern, and the Port of New Orleans, have any plan in place to mitigate these dangers. Instead, they've made every effort to conceal this project from the public. We've attended their meetings, we've asked about this at length. At every turn, our questions have been evaded and our concerns dismissed. At the City Planning Commission meeting 2 days ago, an attorney representing the Port of New Orleans blatantly denied any knowledge of the grain terminal's planned existence. While Sunrise Foods operates several facilities in the United States, none have been allowed in their residential area. If we don't stop this, we will become the only neighborhood in the entire country whose officials have allowed such danger into their community. I implore you, do not let this become your legacy. We need a permanent solution, and I appreciate your knowledge of the due process that must be observed in order to find one. This is why we need your support. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Morano. Thank you, so Mr. Edwards, 6,000 Burgundy Street, Bree or Brian? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards. Hi, William Edwards, 6,000 Burgundy. Bill Edwards. It's Bill. Yeah. I support this resolution. Everything everybody said has been right. Two things happened to me this morning as we were getting ready to come to this meeting. I live on the second floor of my building, of our home that my wife and I renovated, that had been vacant since Katrina. We've been there for 4 years now. And I looked down the street and I saw, I think, 8 children getting on a school bus, 1 block from the train and 3 blocks from the port. And they went by and I went on making my breakfast, our breakfast. I scooped my oatmeal, a grain, dumped it in the bowl, and for the first time, I saw this small cloud of dust on my kitchen counter and in front of me. And it finally struck me that if you take that small amount of dust and explode it by the size of a train car,
My knees almost doubled and I almost passed out. I don't know what to do. My wife and I invested, we chose to move here in our retirement. We chose to bring our privilege to buy property. We chose to buy property to reinvest. We built our house. We bought a rent property. That tenant is going to buy it. That's income for the city and taxes. Our property values on our property alone in the last month since this project became public knowledge on Redfin has dropped 31%. Over $100,000 of the value of my retirement home is gone at this point. So what am I to do? How could I sell it to somebody in good faith if I chose to leave? I don't know what to do now. But it's up to this group, all of us, and the whole city to stop this. And we're getting lots. Thank you.
Of course, the community can't thank Mr. Evans and his wife enough for what they do for kids during holidays, and especially holiday events. But what you guys do is a blessing, not just to the people in that community, but everywhere. Thank you. Next, we have Gary Mercedes, 812 Charters, Catherine. Hey, Mr. Mercedes. The Mercedes family.
How y'all doing?
We're doing all right, yeah.
Well, I'm not doing good.
Come on.
They tearing up my street in the back of my house, 10 feet off my house is the railroad tracks. My whole house is shaking like a bird paradise. Where's the fairness for me? I've been in that community since 1976. I've been knowing Oliver and John Johnson for years. I even know your father, Arthur Morrell. I knew him very well, good friends. I've been around Sherman for over 22 years on the waterfront. The devastation of that grain is not good. It could destroy a community. I live in a vital community that people been loved and cared for and watch how it develop. I watch it turned over 3 times. And I feel the fairness if y'all would have. I appreciate everything y'all said and caring for us. I just wish we could get a stop work order on that railroad. They're tearing my foundation up. And I just wish y'all could work with us. I thank y'all. I see y'all all are very concerned and I like what y'all say. So I just ask that y'all move forward and put a stop work order on yourself, please. I love my community. And I love the people who live in the community. I thank God for them. We are loving, caring people. And all we want to do is just keep our home looking nice and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Ms. Betty Perez.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments earlier. I appreciate Betty Perez, 4910 Bourbon Street. Few of you have been in my home when you're running for election and other items, and I appreciate that. Thank you. But I appreciate City Council Member Morrell about you standing with us. I need you to walk with us. Standing is great, but I need you to walk. I need every single one of you to walk with us. Can I ask everyone who's here in support of the resolution to please stand up behind me so you can see these people? Thank you all. These are people that literally take their days off to come to every one of the Port Commission meetings since we heard about this. Not a single person. And I'm with these people who I just met. We're together at least 20 hours a week, unpaid, trying to put our expertise. I tell you, I didn't know how brilliant Lower 9 and Holy Cross neighborhood is until this happened. So maybe that's a plus, the only plus there is. But what I'm going to ask all of you is this. We need your help. We need your office staff to step up. They have, thank you, Councilman Thomas, your staff have been fabulous so far. We need you to walk with us.
I'm gonna use something Michael Burnside said, a dear friend, about swimming. You put your toe with the resolution. Now I need you to swim across this ocean with us, swim across Lake Pontchartrain, swim across this Mississippi River, because that's where this stuff is gonna go. So get your staff to meet with us. You all have my name and my phone number, a lot of others, but we need help. We've raised 8,100, maybe 82 by now. For legal help, we need 100,000, we were told, because it's gonna happen. It's gonna have to go legal. You have friends at the state, I want you to call every one of them, and I want you to call me and offer me your staff and your expertise.
Thank you, Ms. Betts. Unless there are any other comments from council members, I think that's the right way to, what should be the right way to end this, but Councilmember Green.
It's only gonna take a second, Councilman. I just want to thank everyone who is here today, coming out in the large numbers that you've come out in all of our districts. Very honestly, we have some sort of conflict or the other with the state of Louisiana. In my district, for example, the state of Louisiana has jurisdiction on everything that's under elevated expressways. And that's why we have some of the biggest problems relative to illegal dumping and, you know, illegal overnight activity and the like. So I just want to let you all know that we continue to confront and continue to work sometimes with and sometimes against the state in the interest of preserving our quality of life here. But I've always been consistent, and I kind of will still be consistent, that people who invested in their communities, in their houses, in their schools, and in their parks should be given top deference relative to decisions that are made that alter their quality of life. This is a beginning in terms of what we can do as a council. Yes, there are jurisdictional issues. Throughout the city of New Orleans, there are state thoroughfares that people don't remember. There are state thoroughfares. St. Claude, for example, parts of Elysian Fields, all of Claiborne Avenue, and other thoroughfares. The bottom line is that it's going to be a continual need to work sometimes with and sometimes against the state to have the interest of our residents. But our city council has shown on many occasions that we are up to the fight. And on this particular instance, we are, depending on how the vote goes, I know how it's going to go. This is the beginning of resolution supporting a study, and we are going to be with you as you continue to do those things that enhance the quality of life in your community. But once again, thanks for coming out in such large numbers. It's appreciated, and we like seeing it too. It's important. Thanks.
Any other council members? With that, thank you. I appreciate the fact that my colleagues are in support. As a matter of fact, I'm not just the author of the resolution. Councilmember Marino, Morel, Councilmember Green, and Councilmember King also signed the resolution.
You can have me, Councilmember.
As well as Councilmember Harris. Ms. Betty, I think today was necessary. It had to be part of the step in at least showing the sense of unity in the fact that different parts of this community were working together. To see Gary Mercedes and Reverend Calhoun and Ms. Betty and Mr. Edwards, to see that cross section. Because the Lower Ninth Ward wasn't always one. It wasn't always the unity that we have right now. As a kid, there were certain parts of the Lower Ninth Ward that I couldn't go to and I didn't have access to. There were certain parts of the community around Calhoun where we couldn't live. But the blessing today is to see that there are neighbors from what we call the River Rats to back of town. We may call it Bayou Avenue, but we call it Florida Avenue. And from Dubriel Street, some people think Delaware is the last street. It's not. It's Dubriel. It's that little partial street. Jordan Avenue isn't the first street. Sister Street is. So to see that this effort has brought this community and finally made it one since they put their first shovel in 1918, I think Ms. Betty is an indication that not only do we have to stand together, but for the future of this community, we must stand together. So with that, I would move adoption of the resolution. seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays, and the first step.
At the top of page 37, we have item 47, motion 2520 by Councilmember Harris, designating the intersection of Bourbon Street and L Hub Boulevard as the Reverend Dr. Walter Hardy Junior Court pursuant to section 146-762 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would create an honorary intersection for Reverend Dr. Walter Hardy in Gerttown. I personally was able to meet Reverend Dr. Walter Hardy while he served Little Zion Baptist Church and the Gerttown community, so I have firsthand knowledge of his commitment and the positive impact he had on those around him. Pastor Hardy spent his life in the pursuit of the betterment of his community, providing leadership and guidance for 53 years. He was recognized as an outstanding 20th century pastor by the National Baptist Convention, USA Incorporated, in addition to numerous other accolades. He's remembered fondly for his engagement with community outreach, be it the sponsorship of food boxes, toy and household goods, providing much needed school supplies to those in need, and just serving as a positive role model for those who would have otherwise gone without. He lived his life by his personal motto: if I can help somebody as I pass this way, then my living will not be in vain. I believe that this renaming of this intersection in his honor will serve as an important reminder of his sentiment, and my condolences to Reverend Dr. Walter's family and the community that dearly misses him. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Harris for this. Represented that area for 8 years, and folk who know the relationship I had with Mother Hardy, Reverend Hardy, his son, and the church family. Him and Reverend Malone and Pastor Wright adopted me decades ago. And it's not just a son of their church, but a son of their families. I was one of the speakers at his funeral. And let me say to you, thank you for honoring one of the great human beings, not just great pastors, but one of the great human beings of our community. And this is the least we can do for him. He was not just a notable preacher. He was a quiet man with a strong root. Him and his family were great, great people. Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. I'll move to adopt. We have one online comment. Yes, please. Thanks, Anita. Sure. This is from Jacqueline Shine, representing Little Zion Missionary Baptist Church. We, the officers and members of the Little Zion Missionary Baptist Church, extend our sincerest appreciation to Councilmember Harris and Ms. Ella Conway of her staff, facilitating the honorary naming of Bourbon Street and Earhart Boulevard in honor of our beloved pastor, Reverend Dr. Walter Hardy Jr. Pastor Hardy was a tireless Christian servant of his congregation and the Gerttown community. We're forever grateful that he will be able to keep his memory alive for generations to come. Thanks to your leadership and compassion. Thank you, Anita, and Councilmember Thomas. Thank you again. With that, I'll move to second by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you all.
We have a motion M24, 2521 by Councilmember Harris has been deferred to the meeting of January 30th. At the top of page 11, we have legislative grouping, zoning docket 8524, city council motion M24303, requesting a zoning change for properties that are subject of master plan future land use map amendment applications PD 1302 through PD 1314 to change the zoning districts to R-RE rural residential estate district and S-R as suburban single family residential district. If not so currently zoned, municipal addresses, there are multiple municipal addresses. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval to align zoning changes with the Commissioner's recommendation of plumb changes for the affected parcels. We have motion line over M24749 by Councilmember King, approving in part and overruled in part the applicant's request for zoning docket 8524.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Swinton to briefly explain what today's vote represents and what will happen next.
So this is just a reminder, we have previously addressed the future land use maps as part of the master plan. Now that that is in place, these are the actual zoning changes that would change the zoning maps. If the zoning docket today is approved, then there would be an ordinance introduced, and that would be up for a vote in 3 weeks that would implement the zoning changes. So this is the second to last vote on this issue.
And that next vote will take place on January 30th.
Correct.
Thank you. So at this time, I turn it forward to CPC, City Planning Commission.
Yes, so to not repeat what was just explained, I'll just say that the planning commission hearing took place on the zoning change request just before some of the petition sites had their form changed by the council, and the commissioners expressed concerns about making decisions on those specific zoning change requests prior to changes to the future land use map designations being acted upon by the city council. That is why you have a recommendation from the commission that is approving the zoning change on the properties whose form changes had already been adopted by council at the time of the planning commission hearing. Those are PD 1302, PD 1303, PD 1304, PD 1308, PD 1311, and PD 1312, and to deny the proposed zoning changes on the properties that were still subject of reconsiderations at the time of the CPC hearing. PD 1306, PD 1309, PD 1310, PD 1313, and PD 1314.
So can you kind of break that down in layman's terms for us?
Essentially, we are recommending approval of, the planning commission recommended approval of the zoning change from the suburban and multifamily residential district to the single family and rural estate district for parts of the planning district of the petition site that had already had their master plan change acted by the council. Since the planning commission hearing took place just a few days, a few weeks before the last actions, those recommendations reflect the previous FLUM recommendation for those other planning districts.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to go through as many cards. I see a lot of people have their not speaking, so we should move rather quickly. I'm gonna have first up Mr. Eric Burns, Mr. Michael Eric Burnside.
After it burns 2215 Felicity, the law is a strange and wonderful thing. I learned that many times, but certain Gordon Plaza taught it to me very, very clearly. I've listened to our good friends from Lower Coast Algiers for some time now. And unfortunately, they feel that the law requires them to bad speak their own neighborhood. They tell us how the police can't get there. They tell us how EMS cannot get there. They tell us how they don't have any food stores, and they tell us that RTA doesn't get there, and they bad speak their own neighborhood in an effort to preserve it. And it's a strange, strange thing because I got to go through the Lower Coast Algiers with a man who loves it. So it was a strange thing to hear a group of fairly rich people bad speak their own neighborhood. And I have to say that it's unfortunate. It's also unfortunate that they cannot find a place for the poor among them. So there are such things as the deserving poor, as any history of the poor can surely attest. And certainly some poor are more easy to live with than other poor, and some poor are more dangerous to live with than other poor. But not all poor are evil, and not all poor are destroyed or destroyable. So you should find somebody that you can love and include a poor person in your neighborhood. It would help people like me a lot with the decision to let you have your gated community and pay your property taxes and otherwise provide for your own sewer. If you weren't so exclusionary, if you found some way to include people like me, who was homeless for 8 years, even though I had a master's degree in physics. was homeless for 8 years, even though I served my country for 4 years in the United States Army. He was homeless for 4 years, even though I was not an alcoholic and I was not a heroin addict. Not all homeless are fools, and not all homeless deserve to be shunned. If you can find some spot for a poor person, you do my heart a lot of good.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside, just a quick point of clarity. I don't want to look this back and forth, but there is no exclusion of anybody based off class. There are low income homes being built right across the street, and this developer can build homes for low income people to build if she so choose to. Next, Mr. Avis Gray. Miss Avis Gray.
Afternoon. I'm here representing, my name is Avis Gray, and I'm representing Ashe Cultural Arts Center, 1712 Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard. And we have a program called I Deserve It, which uses cultivars and artists who do messaging, but they work with communities, low-income communities. And so the feeling that those communities have mirror what was just said, that we're feeling that this is not inclusive zoning, that we start to look at it being exclusive. And so we need to make sure that when we do this, that the feeling that our communities get is that they're not excluded. And be very careful when we start to talk about the zoning. You can think about the days of redlining and a lot of things that come from our history. And if you don't learn from history, you repeat history. So it's very important that the current profit-driven ecosystem has caused and produced scarce option for proper, affordable housing. We have a housing crisis here. So we need to make sure that the haves are not zoning out for individuals who don't have. Thank you.
Miss Christy Lynch. Miss Christy Lynch. Miss Christy Lynch.
Hello, Christy Lynch, 40 Sullivan Place, Algiers, Louisiana. I'm here representing Huntley Village Neighborhood Association, and we stand with our fellow neighborhood association, the Lower Coast of Algiers Neighborhood Council, and we want to thank the council for listening to the concerns of these citizens who are directly affected by the city policies. We believe that legislation should bubble up from the people, and as such, we ask the council to consider the concerns of these citizens who will be directly affected in determining the zoning designation for this area. Thank you.
Tyrone Harris.
Oh, God.
I'm Tyrone Harris. I live at 109 Englishtown Drive. I'm retired and I work for HUD. Now more than ever, affordable housing is necessary. Everyone needs a safe and decent place to live, but at what cost? Do we provide multifamily and affordable housing in places we know is not suitable for high density housing, setting up communities for failure? Besides absentee landlords and just bad management, the one thing that could greatly affect the successful outcome of a multifamily affordable property is location. An affordable housing property, which is a high density development, should be located in areas with good access to jobs, public transportation, schools, and other essential services. Things that are necessary for high density development, and sidewalks, recreation areas, access to essential amenities such as grocery stores and healthcare facilities. You know, I was prepared this speech, and I work for HUD, I mentioned. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. There were times I've seen good affordable housing properties, and there was time when I've seen properties that would almost make you want to cry. And the thing is that when you go in to assess
a location for affordable housing type individuals, there are certain things that you have to look at. Such as the location, as I mentioned, and whether or not there are facilities and things in that areas that would accommodate them. If you don't have that in that area, then in your in your way of wanting to do good, you will just destroy people. Is what happens. And like I mentioned, this is a person. I can never my grandchild never return. Because when we call 911, he has to explore.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
I just want to let you know that it's not a mistake.
Thank you.
Go home and good.
Next is Sarah Potan. Mr. Potan, and if anyone doesn't wish to speak, just wait for anyone to call your name and I'll just move on.
Good afternoon, Darren Potan, 26 English Turn Drive. I'm not paid to be here. As a supporter of the master plan, FLIM amendments in District 13, I likewise support the zoning changes to effectuate them. I do want to point out, however, that the proposed zoning changes to single-family residential actually reinstates the zoning patterns most of Lower Coast Algiers prior to 1986 and the construction of the Intercoastal Waterway Bridge. Bridge opened access to the area and the development of the English Turn Golf community followed. It was the developer that requested to move from single-family residential to multifamily commercial districts for the 375 acres adjacent to its country club. Although the city agreed to the changes, the development agreement of 1986 specifically provided that the city council reserved its rights to initiate and pass on zoning petitions in protection of the public's health. 40 years later, it's apparent that the possible development of adjacent property with higher density projects was not essential to the success of the developer's plans. Concerns raised for the health, safety, and welfare of current and future residents that was originally recognized in 1985 exists today, requiring this city council to exercise its rights to initiate and pass on the plan to restore single-family residential zoning to Lower Coast Algiers. We thank you for your efforts. We look forward to January 30th and appreciate your consideration.
Thanks. Janet Russell.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Duran-Salad. I live at 5 Bear Creek Drive, Lower Coast, Algiers. I'm here to inform the council that concerns about draining issues on Lower Coast, Algiers have been documented since at least 2017. On September 20th of 2017, a community meeting was held to discuss high water levels in outflow canals and dock lagoons, as well as complaints about low water pressure. Ron Spooner from the Sewage and Water Board was in attendance, as well as a large crowd of residents. While Mr. Spooner attributed low water pressure to a damaged water line, he had no solution for the drainage issues that did not involve an expenditure of funds that the city didn't have. Those concerns were raised again in a meeting that I hosted in August of 2021. At that meeting, attended by City Council candidate Freddie King, as well as then council member Kristen Palmer and a representative from the Sewage and Water Board, botanist David Baker attributed the flooding in part to significant deforestation of the Lower Coast. According to Mr. Baker, trees can absorb an enormous amount of stormwater runoff, and their removal naturally results in greater amounts of runoff to be handled by the area's ditches, canals, and lagoons. It's worthy of note that the owner of the property sold to Stanton Square in the first quarter of 2021 was the owner of the venue where the 2017 meeting was held, and as a resident of the community, was well aware of the drainage concerns discussed. In fact, both the buyer and the seller knew that the property purchased was the subject of 404 wetland permits. And the purchaser improperly posted a copy of the seller's permit on the property after its acquisition. Under these circumstances, it seems disingenuous for the owner of Stanton's.
Thank you, Ms. Janet. Next is, Tony Toretta, Terita, Terita. 11,400 Willow Drive. Okay, with their support, Darlene Thomas.
Good afternoon, Darlene Thomas, 60 English Turn Drive in Lower Coast, Algiers, and I'm not going to be here. One of our major concerns for the people of the Lower Coast, Algiers, is extremely limited access to and from the region. The two-lane bridge on FM 406 that crosses the Donna Canal, as well as the drainage canal that runs parallel to FM 406, which is a flood risk to this single point of exit from the Lower Coast, poses a significant problem. Without the bridge, the Lower Coast Algiers is simply inaccessible to vehicular traffic. We are totally dependent on an aging structure, which, even if functional, creates a significant bottleneck on the only evacuation route. Significant population growth could really pose a traffic nightmare and could endanger the entire Lower Coast. Now, even before the area folks proceed down 406, we have an issue with deteriorating road structure on English Turn Parkway. As mentioned in the prior meetings, the sinkhole on English Turn Parkway continues to enlarge. That stretch of road was never designed to carry heavy traffic. Unpermitted construction preparation by the developer along the parkway, deforestation of hundreds of large trees, soil testing, and driving of test piles have left behind visible signs of damage. Now, both English Turn and the Arbors have contractor road entrances designed to provide access to construction, thereby keeping large construction vehicles off of the residential road. Both understand the fragility of English Turn Parkway. We are told that the City Planning Commission requested information on roadway deficiencies from the Department of Public Works, but were unable to get a response to their questionnaire. The fragility of the English Turn Parkway, the bridge on FM 406 that crosses the Donna Canal, the shallow waterway that runs along FM.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Your resident last name Malik. Bashley. All right.
Yeah. Honorary council members, my name is Baishali Malik. I reside at 42 English Turn Drive. Concerns about the protection of a fragile environment on Lower Coast Algiers is a valid reason to return zoning to single-family residential designation, as originally proposed in the City Planning Commission's 1985 study. The change will help us to facilitate very low density development and a correspondingly low demand on the city for infrastructure improvements. While the CPC's more recent impact study acknowledged concerns by environmental related agencies for existing protected wildlife and noted water management repercussions, no mention was made of its own in 2023 preservation study. That study touts the value of trees and suggests both the preservation and enhancement of existing tree canopies. In fact, deforestation accompanying high-density development is contrary to the city's emphasis on increasing the tree canopy. Beyond its aesthetic value, a substantial tree canopy has been recognized as a response to global warming. According to a study by Sustaining Our Urban Landscape, trees offer shades, greatly reducing ambient air temperatures and air conditioning cost. In addition, the study affirmed our argument that trees reduce flood risk by soaking up water and altering the soil, making it more spongy and better able to absorb moisture. Thousands of water-loving trees can absorb or mitigate millions of gallons of stormwater and substantially change how a neighborhood responds to a storm event. Besides the positive effect on temperature and flood reduction, the lower coast forests have long buffered the city of New Orleans.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. We're gonna go to Miss Shelley DeBlanc. Yes, ma'am, we got it. Thank you. Shelley DeBlanc. Okay, she's just in support. Mary Belliet. Mary Valyet. Not speaking, just in support. Thank you. Patsy Todaro. Todaro, just in support, not speaking. Oh, I'm sorry, it's still no speak. Okay. So is Frank Todaro not speaking. In support. Benjamin Birdsall in support. Karen. Okay, she is in support. Thank you. Beryl Harris not speaking. Reginald Thomas gonna speak, not speaking. In support. Pat Brooks not speaking. Stephen O'Shea not speaking. Michael Goldman.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Goldman. I live at 5 Warfield Place, and I came here to support the proposed zoning change. You know, portions of the privately owned English Church subdivision are now 40 years old, and issues have begun to arise in the water, the sewage, and the drainage utilities that we must maintain. To address these concerns, an evaluation was commissioned in 2023, and digital engineering's findings are highly relevant to the infrastructure issues and the effect on the land coast. The subdivision features a comprehensive drainage system designed to manage stormwater and prevent flooding, not only within the community, but all of the surrounding areas as well. The runoff sheet flows toward the street and is then channeled to catch basins, and then from there, the runoff is conveyed through the Donna Canal or the canal on 406, LA 406, to pump station number 11. According to the stormwater pump station map, this station pumps stormwater basin of 4,500 acres, 82% of the lower coast. Whatever happened to the rest of the lower coast with regard to drainage directly affects the most populous portion of our peninsula. Stormwater runoff flows from the ditches to the canals and the English term lagoons on its way to the English Canal. If the English Church system fails to drain properly, with Donna Canal's 82%, and the Donna Canal rather, 82% of the lower coast is adversely affected. When ditches cannot empty, they overflow into surrounding property. In addition, the survey said that there was excess vegetation growing in the canal. The vegetation reduces conveyance capacity of the canal, raising water elevation and impacting the subdivision's lower coast drainage system. Since the canal is owned by the Sewage and Water Board, its failure to clean and maintain is a threat to the entire lower coast. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Lee DuPont. Lee DuPont.
Lee DuPont, 12805 River Road, Lower Coast Algiers Association. I don't live in Englishtown. Please vote to pass this motion. Lower Coast Algiers cannot support high-density development. To enter or leave Lower Coast Algiers, you must cross a two-lane bridge that is no wider than Chappatrula Street in front of the Walmart. This single bridge is all we have for a neighborhood of more than 700 square blocks. That is the size of Central City, Lower Garden District, Uptown, Carrollton, Colette, Irish Channel, and Broadmoor all combined. one two-lane bridge. The fact that Lower Coast Algiers has only 5 city streets, 3 of which are not fully paved, exemplifies Lower Coast Algiers cannot support high-density development. 75 years ago, Lower Coast Algiers was literally severed from the rest of New Orleans by the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. All the streets, sewers, water lines in Algiers were severed. Since that time, there have been no new streets added, no public sewers added, and no drainage improvements other than those paid for by the developers of Englishtown and the Arbors. This area exists largely without modern infrastructure. Septic tanks are required for most of the houses. Open ditches are used for drainage. There are only 57 catch basins in the entire 700 square blocks. An 85 City Planning Commission report and the 2024 City Planning Commission Lower Coast Algiers study concluded the lack of development and the lack of existing infrastructure concludes changes to the master plan and the zoning ordinance that preserve the pattern is recommended. Please consider my comments and those of Lower Coast Algiers citizens speaking today and vote to keep Lower Coast Algiers low density. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Renata Collins. Ms. Collins.
Renata Collins at 3701 Contact Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm here today because this matter is something that I would hope to believe rather, that is one that you're considering for not just a group of people or a class of people, but for all the people. I stand here as a representation as an interested party to the area where there's no land, where there's no building, but there is me. I'm reminded of the lady who stood in the tree and asked him not to cut it down. I would ask you not to cut down this tree of an opportunity where we'll have the multifamily homes. In addition, I wonder why they were so upset and saying that they don't have the resources. We're not talking about the commercial part that you guys are asking to rezone as well, because the developer has developed an opportunity that would not only provide multifamily use, restaurants, hospitals, opportunities, and things so that they could be a fair opportunity.
Let us speak.
So, imagine me in a tree asking that you do not rezone this because I matter. And not only do I matter, but other people of the city matter. So we need to take and rezone this